to start
Okay.
recording.
The fuck did you just say to me? Character question. Chance is a bitch. That's not a question, just a statement I wanted to get out there. We have been on the road, swashbuckling about, yeehawing where we can, for a better part of almost 2 months now. It's been a hot minute since you guys found yourselves in Harrison. That being said, a lot of time away could leave one homesick. So, character question. What is the thing you all liked most about your homes? And, obviously your home doesn't necessarily be where you're born, but what you consider home. And what do you miss the most about them?
Hmm.
Well, miss the quiet and the quiet nature of it.
Mm-hmm.
The grassy fields of golden wheat,
Mm-hmm.
the soft mountain air
Mm-hmm.
caressing my cheek as I row through the forests of yonder,
I really
and
feel like
spring water
I
rushing down.
really just feel like 90% of what you just said was from the end scene of Gladiator.
No, the nice spring water. Sometimes took a dip in after a hot day of work.
Mm.
Miss Marianne welcoming me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's
Mm.
that's what I miss.
Mm-hmm.
What
It's
I still
nice.
long for.
Well, Miss Mary
Doing
Walker
this
can give you that.
rubble. Who?
So, the love of your life, Miss Mary Walker.
Marianne?
Yeah,
Walker.
Miss Mary Walker.
Marianne Walker.
Soon to
Never said her middle
be,
name.
soon to be Marianne H. Whitman,
Mm-hmm.
or
I like that she
Mary
also
Walker
took his
H.
middle
Whitman.
name.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
It's a power
Not the
play.
name, just the initial, actually.
It
So
it's
what's
it
the H stand for? For me, nothing.
it stands for husband, Brian.
Mmm.
Oh.
Mmm. I see.
She's just a dedicated wife. He'll make an
Good
honest
for
woman
her.
out of Mary Walker.
Mm-hmm.
I guess for JP, home for him in his later years would have definitely been at Billy's. And what he misses most is probably the simpler days where it was really just him being raised as a normal child by Billy. Because his earlier years of life were not normal. And then in his teen years, he gets taken in. He had a couple years of normalcy. And then once Billy kind of realized the gift that JP had, he turned from just, teaching him Christianity to teaching him like he could use this gift to help others. And so JP's never really had a normal life or a normal childhood. So that little bit of normalcy he had is what he misses most.
I see. Okay. I'm noticing a trend. People used to like it when the world wasn't a dark, monstrous shit pool and they were happy.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's wild that way.
It's crazy.
For Ollie, uh,
Yeah, do you miss the
what?
before times, Oliver?
Now mine wasn't the before times, mine's just back at the homestead.
Mm,
When there was no
mm-hmm,
war, no violence.
mm-hmm.
See, I think what Ollie liked the most about his home is probably like the structure. Because I feel like the more occult kind of like systems they have, and being isolated, there has to be more
Mm-hmm.
structure to
Yeah.
everything. And after having to be around, every town is drastically different. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Probably made him appreciate that. And then what he misses the most is probably just the people, like-minded people. Like, ah, man, like, these people know what's up.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
wouldn't
this
put
is
up with all of this bullshit.
fair. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This is fair. This is fair. All right. Fine answers, one and all. Which of ye brave souls has the gumption to give us a previously on. I believe Daniel went last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, yeah. You or me? Which one?
I can try. I can try to go. I
You
might.
can do it. Get your life insurance card.
Actually, I filled it up after like halfway through last session, so it's going off the.
No.
We're going off the
God,
dome.
no.
Actually, I have some old Blizzard World of Warcraft note cards that I got from my Overwatch pack when I first bought it. So
I don't
I've
want you
got
to
them
ever
written
take
on.
notes on anything normal. That is my challenge to you. Never take notes on. If I ever see lined paper, I'm gonna smack it out of your hand.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think there's a piece of lined paper anywhere in this house.
Excellent.
Next time I'll just write on my
I better
kid.
I better see shit on that. Yes.
I'm like,
Get you a Sharpie.
yeah.
Pull a leg.
But okay, so last time we've made it into Springfield, and we got up, we ate, did our normal little like morning sentence type stuff, and then we decided to kind of go out and more or less be useful to the world. There was a gentleman whose place was broken into. We had heard some other things going on, so we decided to kind of mosey around, see what we can help with, while also gaining information about Van Zant. So we get to, let me find his name, Mr. Monroe's, and window busted through, place was a mess, but it was kind of odd because the normal stuff around his store that you would have figured people would have stolen and walked off with was still there. We kind of interrogated a little bit, tried to get a little bit of information. He was pretty, I guess, he constantly asked, why are y'all trying to help? Newbies in town? That type of thing. We didn't really get too far with that investigation, so then we just said we'd keep an eye out. Mr. Whitman went to the brothel to get some more information, to which we, Mr. JP, and Mr. Fairchild decided he probably should not be left unattended at the brothel. So we followed at a safe distance so he would think he had freedom while also being on a little bit of a leash. My note ended there on that part. Let me flip it quick. Next Blizzard page. These are only 3x4, so you're gonna have a couple of these.
Fair.
I didn't write down what he talked about in the brothel, so JP is useless at that standpoint. They did hear.
He didn't get much out of that brothel. I'm gonna be real.
I do remember that much.
He got some grudges.
He did get some grudges. We did. Fairchild and Whitman witnessed an interrogation of sort occur. It was more like a beatdown for information by the Pinkerton Detective Agency on a kid, which was very disturbing. They're kind of more of a gang than a detective agency. We eventually hear of cattle being murdered and kind of eviscerated out in the farm fields, so naturally, as monster killers, that's where we go.
I love that the death of cattle is a capital crime. There weren't cows being killed, they were being murdered.
Hey,
Yes.
food can be scarce. You don't go killing cattle unless you need
Fair
to.
enough.
That investigation was quite interesting. We were able to kind of decipher that a little bit of footprints, but not a lot of tracking, and we could see the slashes in the original carcass. Couldn't follow any footprints anywhere, though, so we decided to stake out in kind of an even, distanced manner. That way we could get a good view of the periphery around this body, hoping that, the next cow we could stop from getting slaughtered. JP did recommend someone posting up as a scarecrow. I'm going to put that in there because it's important for later. That night, we all thought was going to be normal. It was going uneventful. We wake up, cow was murdered in the couple pastures down. So the next night we post up, Mr. Fairchild gets in his little barn top with his scope and looks around while Mr. Whitman and JP kind of stagger each other deeper into the field near the cattle. That night, up close, JP and Whitman don't see anything, but Oliver witnesses something drop a cow from a pretty good distance off. He follows it in his scope, follows it, lets JP know about it. He eventually lets off a shot that hits, but the target seems, for the most part, kind of unaffected by it. He bolts. JP slowly gets Mr. Whitman. They bolt. They start running after it. We end up chasing in a cornfield. And that's where Mr. Fairchild comes face to face with what were the little guys from the Mummy showed up. The Mummy Return, demons.
They were dubbed corn gremlins by you guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
The little
I think
mini.
the Mummy are cannibal
They're like
pygmies.
pygmies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the corn gremlins showed up. And Mr. Fairchild was faring relatively well with his. And somewhere during his fight, a scarecrow shows up. So now he's fighting those and a scarecrow. JP and Mr. Whitman go in and fight 4 little gremlins, during which JP stuns them. They just start blam, blam, blamming. Guns are going off. Mr. Fairchild throws fire on the scarecrow, starts burning him alive, and we make pretty short work of the baddies. We decimated them.
Mhm.
And I believe that's where my notes end. I believe that's the last thing we did, other than kind of clean up some after the fight.
More or less, yeah. Go ahead and take yourself an extra chip, Austin, for a good previously on.
Let
Very
me
comprehensive.
get some more Blizzard note cards out for tonight.
Yeah, go ahead and get you as many post-its as you need.
Yeah, if anyone's got
I-
life insurance documents, I'd love to get my hands on some of those.
The next time I come over to your place, I want to see a like conspiracy theory wall just filled with post-its that are your notes with like red string attaching them.
Dumb.
That's what I'm looking for. Okay. So, no matter what state the world finds itself in, there are always the just, the guardians, the wretched few who shoulder the burdens of life in the place of those weaker than themselves. They take many forms, both lesser and greater, and often their works go unappreciated. But they will always appear to meet darkness when it arises. Though they may be unsure of it, the battle worn outriders who departed from Memphis over a month ago number amongst those wretched few. Bound by fate, it would seem, to combat evil whenever it arises, risking injury of the body and soul to ensure a brighter tomorrow for others, and as their own seems to dim. They huddle around a burning pile of clothes, rotten straw, wounded and confused. And as they stand there pondering the situation they find themselves in, that they hear horns and whistles as they begin to sound, and footfalls begin to echo in the distance as the ruckus of their work created perhaps more attention than they wanted to. I butchered that last one. It wasn't even almost what the sentence said. But as we open up, I believe, I don't remember who found it, but you all found a very similar device to what you found in the mine in Harrison at the center of this sort of burning pile of straw. And as you go to pick it up, you do hear, as I just mentioned, the sound of horns. Uh, the sort of like foxhorn cow style horns that you would see in like an older thing, sort of like a powder horn, but it actually does. So it makes
It
do as a
horns.
trumpet. And you hear those in the distance. You hear running in the distance coming your way as you guys have exchanged a good amount of gunfire.
So, first step is to put out the fire,
Hmm.
and
Excellent first step. Excellent first step.
I've I found the top. Is it like
Hmm.
connected to anything? Is there like a string like holding it inside the torso, or
It seems to be held by like twine, but that twine is burning. Like
okay?
I'm gonna say, until you put out the fire, you can't really,
Yeah.
get it.
Pat, pat, pat. Dude.
You gotta stomp some of it out. Give me a survival check to see if you
Okay,
can stomp this out, because you're in a cornfield. Like it could
this is
get bad.
that's fair.
Uh, I help him out.
And
Okay, yeah, you can give him a health action.
While we're doing that, be sure to, I don't know, cover your face a little bit. We're getting some attention.
Yep. Protected against the smoke.
Exactly. 6.
Okay, yeah,
I got 5.
6 is good enough, and the 5 gives you a raise, or doesn't fully give you a raise, but it almost does. As you're able to pretty quickly stomp out this fire, it doesn't spread. You're able to mostly just stomp out some of the bigger parts that are burning, and the rest you can just kind of kick dirt over. You still hear all the ruckus around you, as you can
Cool.
definitely hear maybe a few people moving towards you. Um, but the fire's out.
All right. I'll pocket the top,
Okay.
and yeah, I guess I'll kind of look to the boys and kind of give them a nod that this is happening. We're doing this. He's like, over here.
All right, we're gonna run up to you.
I'm calling out to the militiamen we assume are coming our way.
Yeah, I'm just making sure I'm next to you.
Okay.
Uh, I. mm, You two give me an opposed roll, JP and Mr. Whitman.
Just a D4
Yeah,
opposed
just a
roll.
D6. Just roll
Okay.
a D6 against each other.
I rolled a 3.
A 3.
Yes.
Ah.
A 47 and a
This
half.
answers everything.
Uh-huh. He's still going. I think Daniel got it. If he's still going, I think he got it.
I'm waiting for him to say
Said
2.
3.
Yeah, he said 3.
Oh, you also
Oh,
got
we
a
both
3.
We
got
both rolled a 3.
Oh, do you want us to roll
Well,
again?
then re-roll, dipshits.
See,
I didn't say nothing.
I was waiting for him to say, like, just been silent, like, 2.
Yeah, I thought that's what he was doing too. I thought he was reacting to your 3, not stating a 3.
I got an 8 that time.
4.
Okay. So, that chooses it. JP and Ollie can give me some notice checks real quick. This is a simple DC. It is a 6 for JP and a 4 for Oliver.
I got a 7.
Okay.
Got a 9.
You both notice. JP, as you move to Oliver's right side, just looking as he calls out to these presumed militiamen that are moving in. Your eyes kind of dart back down the scarecrow, just to make sure it's not burning. And as your eyes pass past his right pocket where he just put this device in, you see a green glow within. And Oliver, you feel a sort of like static feeling in your pocket. And with that 9, I'm gonna say you even hear just the slightest bit of whirring.
I guess pull out the top and look at it.
As you pull out the top, you see just as the other one, it's not exactly a top. This is more like a cast, right? So it's just like a cylindrical piece of metal with like a sort of ribbed metal lining down it. And as you pick it up, you see in between each of these ribs are like a vertical column of sigils. And then as you turn it in your hand, picking it up, you see a sort of green glow emanating from it, and one sigil in the middle. Again, sort of this sort of Aramaic that you had recognized earlier, though you still are having trouble interpreting it. It is glowing green, and you see small currents of electricity starting to run quicker and quicker through it.
Can I make an occult check?
Sure.
Read into this?
Um, sure. I'm gonna say DC is 6, but you're rolling with a -2. And the
Okay.
-2 is not because of lack of anything, it's because of time.
This is fair. That's a no from me, dog.
Okay.
Uh,
Did you say you also wanted to, JP? Or
I don't really have anything occulty, so the only closest thing I could do is do a faith roll. And I don't.
I'm gonna give Chance a Benny.
Ooh,
okay.
thank you, sir.
We need to know what I have a feeling what's happening, but since I don't know what's happening, yeah.
A 9.
With
-2.
Okay, yeah, you made it. You're sitting there looking at this thing, just sort of racking your brain because, as someone who has a significant, like not significant, but to have points in the occult puts you leagues above literally anyone else. You know what I mean? It's like Call of
Mhm.
Cthulhu. If you have Cthulhu knowledge, just 1 point, you automatically know more than almost everyone in
You're above
existence.
90%.
Yeah. You're looking at this thing and you're just trying to make this quick deduction of what this rune means, and then it clicks in your head in a manner that makes you think maybe it clicked too late. This is a rune that is very indicative to destruction. As you hear this thing starting to go,
Can I yeet?
I would like
you
to
can
roll for
attempt to
yeet.
yeet. You can
I
attempt
will
to yeet.
attempt to yeet skyward.
Mhm.
Ooh, that's better than what I thought was about to happen. Okay.
Oh yeah, I spike it. I spike it right on the ground. I do my
Do the
football
Heisman.
dance.
He throws it. He just throws it straight into JP's jaw.
I ice age
Okay.
at the last melon.
Okay. So you essentially have time for, like a couple actions. So if you're gonna try to eat it, what I'm gonna need from you is an athletics check to see if you can get it out of your hand fast enough, and then to see if you can throw it high enough.
Sure, easy, right?
I believe in you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say you're gonna be rolling against the blast template of this thing.
That's fair. All right, all right. We're already doing really good.
We doing good?
All right, 19.
19. Okay. I think that is definitely enough. As you see this thing whirring to life and you see little sparks of electricity running down it, you realize just that split second what this rune is. Like it just clicks. You're like, just the word failsafe is the first thing that comes to your mind as you realize what's happening. As you just underhand and then sling it up with all of your might, and as it flies up into the sky, you watch the electricity crackles up as it hits like the apex of the throw, and then a green light emanates from within, just as an explosion of like electrical light emanates from this thing in a blast, super loud. And the explosion is not like a concussive force. As it explodes, arcs of electricity shoot down around you, but blessedly miss you all as you see it arc through the corn and around before dissipating as you feel little sprinkles of metal falling on you.
Oh boy, that could have gotten messy.
The horns intensifying double at this as you hear running, and you hear whistles from the town now as well, sounding
Oh
out.
God.
Yeah, because they just got bombed. Start patting down the scarecrow.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's
Any-
search
Not
this.
really.
I
It's
figure there's
not
nothing
really.
else, but just be safe.
Yeah. You can give me a notice check if you'd like, but
Uh,
this is mostly charred remains.
I'll roll it, but I'm really not expecting anything. Like,
Okay.
uh, 16.
It's a scarecrow. Like there's a lot of
Yeah.
burlap, some old clothes, and there's a perfectly nice scythe, I guess.
Oh no, we're
It's
carrying the scythe.
it's not special in any way that you can tell with that notice check, but it is a scythe.
Well, I haven't tried to identify it yet, Brian. Wink,
That's
wink, wink.
fair, I guess. Sure,
I could
sure,
carry
sure,
around a
sure, sure.
scythe.
Sure, I guess.
Cool.
Sure, that's yeah. Um, so are you guys just gonna stay here and wait for the
Yeah,
boys to arrive? Okay.
I think so, right? Like, what does everyone
Uh,
else think?
I,
If
I,
you boys want to get out of here,
we
go
had
for it,
we
bud.
had. I don't know. Mm, I guess we should stay. Mr. Whitman's pretty well camouflaged with his new haircut. No one's
I
noticed him
mean,
yet.
this is going to get a lot more attention now because of the explosion. So if you guys wanted to go hide and I can try to talk about this, That's fine.
Nah,
I ain't no, I ain't no scared cat.
yeah, no, it might be more believable if there's multiple people saying the same thing.
Sure. Sure, sure,
All
sure,
right.
sure.
It also may redeem us if we do get caught, or we just kill them all.
Sure. That can
We're
only
in
go
that kind of
well.
mood.
That can only go well. Um, as you guys hear this movement through the streets and the road behind you, you hear people starting to breach the corn. You count maybe 3 or 4 at first, with more coming from behind, and you guys see, just sort of breaching through in the dark, a young man with a sort of like coonskin style cap and that same green jacket you guys have seen, and the same like Springfield rifles you've seen that are pretty standardized among the militia, run up to you and level the gun at you. Before he goes, "All right, nobody move!" And with a click, he points and aims at all 3 of you, as you hear more boys coming up from behind him, eventually like sliding in and aiming at you.
Hands up.
Mhm.
Hold up now. We're the one who stopped all this. You can check with the townsfolk. Miss person, we didn't get her name last session. We've been helping her, and Mr. So, who owns that ranch, we helped him.
I'll find the person. Hold on, I don't quite remember her name.
I don't think I was given it.
Screw. Go check
Okay.
out with the farm hands. Go wake them up. They're not already awake already.
All right. Well, I guess we start this with a persuasion check. It's not easy.
No. I figured
I
it
think
wouldn't be.
this is a DC probably. It's night. They're riled. They know something's been killing shit. This is a DC 12 persuasion check.
Can I just hold up the scarecrow?
I think-
Never mind. That's a scarecrow.
No, that's, yep.
I will reduce the DC by
I,
1 to a DC 11
Are
if you
are
hold
there
up the
are there any
scarecrow.
of the corn gremlins?
yes, I was going to say, like, we can point out some of the corn
Yeah.
gremlins before we
Yeah.
roll.
There are definitely corn gremlins around. The only problem being they are very small, and you guys were dispatching them. It's possible they're not recognizable as being creatures.
Okay.
Whoever would like to, give me a luck check. Just roll a d6, and if you roll a 4, 5, or 6, there's one that's usable. If you don't, there's not.
I'll roll it. I got a 4.
Okay. There is one corn gremlin that still maintain its vaguely like small humanoid shape, and some of its defining features that makes it more than coincidence.
Okay, so since Whitman or not, yeah, since Mr. Whitman's going for the scarecrow, I'll kind of point in that direction as like an aid to Fairchild's persuasion.
Yep, we can explain everything. Just
Okay.
give us a minute.
With
I'll
that,
roll.
it's
Give
still
me a
DC
minute.
12, but I'll allow both of you to roll an aid.
Okay. And it was persuasion?
Yes.
Okay.
Aid me, boys.
We got a 5.
That's exactly what I just got. Cool.
DC goes down to 11. DC goes down to a 10.
Okay. First roll's a 6. And I got a 9 in total. Is that plus 2 from you boys? Or no?
I already took the DC down. I'm minus the DC
Okay.
plus it, so you are
Well,
short.
let me try rolling that again.
Okay, you burn a chip.
'Cause this is important. I got another 9.
Okay. Do you want to keep burning chips? You're gonna accept the L.
I'll burn a chip for him. Roll again, chance.
Wait.
What?
What?
What if Austin burns a chip to re-roll his?
That's
And if he
interesting.
gets, can
No,
he
That's
no,
get
no.
2?
But I'd have to get an 8 to make it a 2.
What are
You
you, a
would.
D4 with persuasion?
Yeah, I'm a D4 with persuasion.
So
I mean,
you,
so am I.
so you need to have 2 4s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So okay, maybe. Yeah, it might be
And
easier to get
seriously,
an
Daniel's
8.
right. It might be easier
Yeah,
for
it'd be
you to
easier
keep
for you to.
8.
You
Okay.
get 8, then me to get a 10.
Okay. Well, let's see how
And
this
plus, you have your
goes.
wild card, D6.
Yeah, you got the wild die with it.
Okay. I did get a 6, but still got to get a.
Just don't roll a 1.
I got a 9 total.
Okay. You are barely able to edge in a 10.
Good thinking. Glad, take a chip.
Replenish, good. I like how this works.
And replenish, yes.
As JP points to the fallen corn gremlin, and Mr. Whitman holds up the burning scarecrow, as Ollie holds up his hands and says he can explain.
Which are
They
cut
don't.
pieces.
Yeah, they don't lower guns, but they seem to give you your chance to explain.
Alright. Like I said, you can ask Miss So-and-so, Mr. What's his name. We talked to them and posted up watch in their fields. We're trying to follow up on the cattle being killed. We even reported in to the clerk down at the warehouse with the militia. And he pointed us in this direction. We've been posted up for a couple of nights. We saw a figure walking in, cut down a cow. I chased after him. If you heard a shot through the middle of the town, that was me. My rifle right here, kind of like thumb to the one on my back, it's empty because of that shot. And chased it. I don't quite understand it myself, but it led me to kind of kick the scarecrow to this thing. It led to this and a whole bunch of them gremlin things. We managed to take care of them, and whenever I was looking over trying to see what made the damn thing move, there was some cylinder in its chest, and it was about to explode. I threw it up. That's what just went off. And then you all arrived. Before we could come get you, which, good on y'all.
That was a lot.
Yes, it is.
That was a
Overload
lot.
the system.
What you just said was a lot. At this point, about 4 more have arrived, so there are about 7 on station. About 4 of them have guns on you. The other 3 are just standing there. As one of the an older fella, a little burlier than the rest. He's got a pretty strong looking sort of handlebar mustache feeding into the mutton chops type deal.
Of it.
Um, looks back and forth between everybody. All right. He spits out a little bit of chaw.
Hell yeah, boy.
He looks to the first guy who got there, the young guy who was a little squirrely. Go check their story. He looks back. He's like, and he just nods, go, and he pushes him away. And you see this little dude just go sprinting out of the cornfield, as the rest just kind of surround you. 3. That's a bit of a wild story you told there.
Well, wild things happen.
I reckon they do. As he like kicks one of the little gremlins. What the hell? Yeah, that's not what you want to see. And he starts kind of looking around the field. You see that sort of unnerved look on his face. It's like, I hope to fuck there aren't more of these.
Me too.
And there's just sort of uneasy silence. Unless you guys choose to break it, as you guys sort of wait for the little guy to return.
No, I think just wait for the guy to confirm our story.
Mm-hmm.
No sense in bullshitting around.
Mm-hmm. About 5 or so minutes later, you hear rustling through the corn again as he walks up a little bit red faced, and he looks up and he just kind of nods at the older guy. All right. Well, he looks back to him, look back to you guys. I think you boys best be coming with us.
All right. May
Sure.
I ask where we're going?
We're going back to the nest for now.
All right. You want me to bring the scarecrow back with us?
He looks kind of at the charred thing. He just kind of like shifts a little bit. He looks to one of the guys who doesn't have a rifle leveled. Grab the scarecrow and grab one of those things too. As he goes to do that, he looks at the three of you. Now, your story has been well, it's been corroborated by a couple folks over there, but that doesn't mean we can just let you be walking around armed at this point. Now, you boys seem cooperative, and I can appreciate that, but I'm gonna need you all to hand over your weapons before we go any further.
Hand over my rifle, kind of like pull it back to show that there's nothing loaded,
Okay.
and then hand over. I'll empty my pistol, sure,
Okay. Yeah.
and hand it over.
Yeah, I'll hand him my Marlin and my 2 lever action Lamats. Now be careful with those, sir. That's what you called
Volcanic
them.
pistols. I said they have a stat block of a Lamat. I
Hey,
called them volcanic pistols.
hey, they're Lamats now with no shotgun barrel.
Absolutely are not. My pistols are cooler than that. But you hand those over, Mr. Whitman. Do you disarm?
It's gonna be that scene from The Hobbit.
Mm-hmm.
You put me in a predicament here. There, take out, unsling the Winchester, hand it to him.
Mm-hmm.
Take out my bow,
Mm-hmm.
give it to him.
Mm-hmm.
Take out the cold army,
Mm-hmm.
give it to him.
Mm-hmm.
Take out the sawed off,
Mm-hmm.
give it to him. Yeah, don't be messing with him now. Been for a while.
Why don't you give me a persuasion check there, Mr. Whitman, because that is not all the weapons you have on you.
It's not
No, it's not.
persuasion.
You have a very distinct dagger on you.
11.
Okay, good for you. Uh, through a sort of charismatic deception, you hand over a plethora of weapons while maintaining one secreted away.
Oh, JP will hand over his Bowie knife. I forgot about my Bowie knife. He'll be on.
Sure,
He'll give him that one,
sure.
and he'll even be like, "Oh, I forgot." Kind of sorry.
He just kind of nods. These weapons have all been handed out amongst the different. He's not just comically carrying an armory, but
Boo.
he distributes these around the boys as a. They sort of push you to the forefront and then flank you on either side. As the men flanking you kind of just use their arms to basket, sort of shoulder their weapons to keep them trained on you as you all sort of walk forward into the burnt section of town towards what you all know to be the Hawk's Nest.
They get that scythe.
I mean, yeah, they collect
Okay.
the scarecrow and one of the things, so I guess they bring the scythe as well.
Yeah.
As you all start making your way back into town. Um, the town, you still hear commotion there, but no one seems to be moving out. You guys have inferred enough about the town. You've been here long enough to know that it's not likely that people from town would run out to face a problem this far out, as that would be the militia's sort of like area of expertise. Without them calling for help, no one else is probably going to show up. So at the moment, at least, it's just you and the militiamen as you start moving towards the Hawk's Nest. You get there. It's not a long walk there, less than 15 minutes. As you approach this building that sort of stands alone in the middle of this burnout section of town that you have been to before, where you spoke to a clerk very briefly. Um, the door is opened by one of the militiamen with you, as the rest lead you through and into the area you have been before, with the sort of like old bank tellers booth. It's now unoccupied by a clerk, but you're all sort of sat down across from it as the men sort of fan out and still surrounding you, but not exactly fully leveling guns on you anymore. As the fellow with the mutton chops sort of takes a key, unlocks the back room, and goes into it before shutting it behind him. As you all are just sort of left there, you see one of the other guys goes around the other side of the counter through the another door to the right and starts taking all your weapons and putting them on the other side of the teller's window sort of thing. And it's probably 5 minutes before the guy walks back down and he looks to all the boys. All right, y'all let him through. You three come with me. And he starts leading you upstairs.
Okay, JP starts walking behind them.
You
Alright.
guys are led up this sort of like it's not like an expansive stairwell. It's kind of one of those older, like if you've ever seen like an 1800 style cabin. It's very cramped stairwell that goes up in a kind of spiral, almost like a ship stairway. As you guys are led up to this sort of smaller hallway with 3 or 4 doors on it, as you are brought to the final door on the left. Uh, it's opened by him as he motions you all inside.
I'll take point in walking on in. I like to give my man of the law the benefit of the doubt.
Okay. You step in. You all step in, I assume.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. As you step in, you see a smaller room, office style, with a few bookcases, a gun case, a few trunks, a couple seats, and a sort of oaken desk with a woman sitting behind it. Uh, she is wearing sort of a darker green coat. She has a like a darkened leather eye patch on her left eye. She has dark skin that's sort of worn with a few scars on it, and sort of a dreadlock style hair pulled into a sort of ponytail style. As you see a bunch of bandoliers on her, where she has at least 2 gun belts on, one across her shoulders and one around her waist. Uh, she stands up as you all enter. Go ahead and give me a notice check, everyone.
5.
5.
11.
Ah, she almost beat you guys, but then that 11 snuck in there. Um, as a as you are motioned in, the the militiaman who led you in sort of occupies the door for a second. She nods to him, and you see a sort of twitch in her still good eye. And just the way she's looking at you, that twitch, which is something just hits you wrong about it, Mr. Whitman. You put 2 and 2 together very quick. She absolutely knows who you are. Like, you are immediately clocked almost. And with the 11, which is a raise over her, uh, you know that she is also very subtly just let the person who lets you in know to be ready.
Okay.
As the door shuts behind him, and you hear footfalls back down the stairs as she looks at the three of you. Well, I've been told a little bit about what you all have said you've seen, and I find myself curious to hear your side of this story, and also a little more curious as to why you were out there.
Well, we're passing through town and figured we'd help out. We were told about the cattle by one of your clerks, and we came out here. We spent a couple nights watching the fields, and the scarecrow seemed to got past us. We didn't see it for 2 nights, and then I stayed back a ways, and I saw something creep through, cut down a cow. I chased it. Like I told your men, I took a shot at it in the middle of town, and it ran off into the fields. Chased it there. A bunch of those gremlins started jumping out at me, and then the scarecrow turned around, started cutting up my arms. Here's your evidence. Just gonna raise arms. And these two came after me. I sounded like the gremlins were getting at them, and I figured it'd be best to try and burn down the scarecrow. That, well, it worked. Not fast enough, but it worked. And it fell down. I figured you'd be the one who wanted to see it the most. So I stamped out the fire and kind of stopped, look over my shoulder, sigh. Well, no point in this. Just tried to make sure there was evidence for you. We saw some cylinder in the middle of the damn thing. We're monster hunters, and so we've run into something similar, but it was about to explode. And I threw it in the sky to make sure we didn't die, and then your boys came up, and here we are.
Well, that is, well, that is a story and a half, I suppose. And it's pretty in line with what my boy told me, so let's say I believe you on that, which I'm not saying that I do just yet. There are a bit of holes in that story, namely, you just out of the goodness of your heart came here looking for a monster to kill, and I know for a fact my clerk did not promise any monetary gain for that. So why?
Well, like I said, we didn't come to town looking to kill anything. We we were heading north and came through Springfield, and he told us there wasn't any money in it unless we showed you something physical, and well, the only physical thing blew up. And so I guess we were looking for more information.
So here's the thing. You are technically telling the truth, but you are dancing around some details here.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give me a persuasion check to just see how covered
Sure.
that lie is?
Let's take a 4 instead. A 3.
Yeah. She just kind of sits there looking. All right. You understand my trepidation, considering I'm asking you to fill in the blank spots that aren't quite making sense, and all you're doing is making more blank spots and making less sense.
This
Tell
is
me
when
why.
I pipe up, knowing that she knows who we are.
Hmm.
I start pacing a little bit, kind of shifting my weight and stuff as I talk, looking away from her, kind of pace back and forth, goal being slightly getting closer to her by the
Okay.
end of it. So just keep that
Okay.
in mind. Um,
Okay.
all right. Well, the blank spots you're wanting to know is, well, why don't we take any monetary gain? Because we are hunting evil. You see, we've came from the south, killed us a demon, and now we got to finish that job, find its next target, and also find out what is transpiring, or what we think is transpiring in this here town. We allied ourselves up with you all, somewhat, I guess, uneasy alliance, you could perhaps say, miss. Also, take off my hat at this time.
It's coming. I
The
can feel
ultimate
it.
reveal.
I can feel it coming.
Take the chip.
Oh my god.
um.
Still pacing back and forth. Take off the hat.
Uh.
And see, man. Shit. What was I gonna say? Um, I need
Mister.
to, I need the alliance. Uh, uneasy alliance with y'all. Now, I'm sure you know who we are. I am indeed Mr. John H. Whip.
She sort of
But,
like sad, like nods, like yeah, yeah.
but as you think that you don't know what the story is and you don't believe us, know that the stories that you heard about us can indeed be false.
Okay. So from the get go, she just got a lot of like different pings off of you. At first, she immediately pinged that you two were speaking in vagaries, which was pissing her off. But then you fully admitted who you were, which kind of brought her back a little bit. And now you're saying everything about you that she's heard is false. So I'm gonna need another persuasion check from you this time. And it's a mother. I'm not gonna lie. This is probably.
I have a 4.
I'm kind of weighing the. Yeah, that's not gonna do it. Um, as you sort of say all this, she goes, "All right. That's a lot. So
To go off of that, a U.S. Marshal did help us before. So what led to all the money on our heads?
she just starts like shaking her head a little bit, like, what the fuck is?"
You can telegram them. It'll take a couple of days, but
So here's the thing about Telegram. You have to know where he is for this Telegram to work,
I
because
know he ain't where he's supposed to be.
So
It'll
you
take a
can
couple
rule out
days.
one place in the world.
Probably
Excellent.
not.
Excellent. So she just sort of like shakes her head, like mouth like slightly open. Of all this information, like this is a fucking yarn you guys are starting to spread out here. As she
Yep.
just sort of sits there. So let me get this straight. You all have waltzed in here to do some goodwill monster hunting, of course, being fugitives from the Confederate law. Apparently, such dangerous fugitives that there's a bounty for you all the way up here in the U.S. You come into my office, tell me that everything going on here is some sort of I don't know what, because you have yet to actually tell me anything. And then you tell me everything I have heard is false. And she sort of like lifts her hand up just a little bit. This is not exactly the negotiation I was expecting, boys.
I grip my hat a little bit more, hold it next to my chest. Ma'am, I think you heard wrong. I didn't say what you heard was false. What happened somewhat did happen. However, the people that were killed were evil men. Townsfolk didn't know about it. The law didn't know about it. Well, some of the law.
Marshall knows about it.
The marshal does know about it.
We're gonna be here all night.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
What my colleague is trying to say is, while the events that occurred and the deaths that occurred are factual, the story behind why they occurred is what's been manipulated.
Correct.
And we don't know what we're doing here either, man.
Well, all right. All right, cards on the table. We know why we're here. We don't know how to go about it, which is why we were trying to get in your good graces. So, from that whole fiasco in Fayetteville, working with the marshal, as we've mentioned, we've learned that there are some caravans that were headed up here, going to Van Zant's factory, that weren't full of supplies or resources. Well, I guess resources, but they were full of people.
Mm-hmm.
And
Give me a notice check, everybody.
she done with us? I'd be done with us.
5.
11.
Okay. The 11's
15.
pretty good. 15's really good. Okay, 11 and 15 are both good because she can't hide this well. She's very done with you. I'll say with the 15, just sort of post. You heard a hammer click about 6 seconds ago under her desk.
Oh,
Um,
that's
uh, but the minute you say Van Zant and people, you two with the very high notice a sort of twitch in her eye, and this sort of like almost unseeable sort of ripple of anxiety go through her. And she seems to soften just a little bit, just the tiniest bit at that.
and well. It's wild to hear that we don't like the idea of slave labor, but being wanted fugitives and all. But we figured we were in the area, we should fix that. And we figured that you might listen to our story more than the local sheriff,
Okay.
especially with the militias. Well,
That's no good.
the militia in general.
So, mentioning Van Zant has bought you a little bit of leeway. This is your last chance for a persuasion check. This is the last one you're gonna get. You weren't gonna get another one, but mentioning Van Zant bought you a little leeway. This is the last one you get.
Last one she gonna get. About to
This is
stab
a
this old fool.
DC 10. She's younger than you are.
About to stab
Most
She
this
looks
people
to be
are.
about 35, probably.
Give me your energy, boys.
She's about to turn to dust.
I got you a
What,
4.
you got a disintegrator ray? Like,
No, he has a
the-
normal knife. He has a normal.
me too, buddy. Boot knife, son.
Oh, we're passing this anyways.
I'm glad we all have something to fight with.
15.
Who's primary? Is that me?
Yeah, you are.
Okay,
You were the one who mentioned, so you're primary.
this is fair.
What did you two get? I'm sorry.
I got a
15.
He got a 15, I got a 4.
Okay.
15. Baby.
Yeah. You guys pass with a raise, and she sort of like grits her teeth just a little bit. All right. You've bought yourself a conversation, and I'm not going to promise what happens after that, but I'll give you that time to at least convince me. She sort of motions to a chair. Well, there are only 2 chairs, but she motions to the ones across. So, what do you know about Van Zant?
I'll take a chair.
I'll
Stand
offer the
next to
other.
the desk.
I was gonna say I'll offer a chair to Mr. Whitman.
I stand by the desk.
Okay, I'll sit down.
Well, I
She
mean, we
looks
don't
up at
know.
you, Mr. Whitman, just sort of giving you that, like, back up look.
I'm holding my hat. Looking all innocent.
She puts a sawn-off shotgun on the desk.
I ain't done nothing. You
Yeah,
don't
what does it
know
look
me.
like? Does it look nice?
It looks like a normal sawn-off shotgun.
I use my gallows humor, and I stand there. It's a nice shotgun you have, ma'am.
Please back up.
Do you mind if I smoke here, ma'am?
You
I
have
take
5
a
seconds
step
to
back.
back up.
I take a step back.
Anyways, kind of glare at Whitman. Anyways, like I said, we were in Fayetteville. We found out there was some frowned upon stuff going on in that town.
Stop speaking in vagaries. You earned a conversation. No frowned upon, no nothing. Tell me what was happening.
A bunch of criminals were using it as a safe haven. There was a bar there, the Muddy Rose. Uh, if if someone was looking for you, you could hide there. And I'm not sure how many people were using it, but a lot. It was a front, and they were paying the sheriff and his deputies to let them know who came into town and to keep quiet about it. We were looking for someone. We were looking for Miss Mary Walker, and well, she tried to kill us whenever we first met her. She's not real important here. And we tried to poke around to find out where she went. That led us to finding out about the sheriffs. The sheriff tried to kill us. We had to kill them to make that sure that didn't happen, and that led to us blowing up the Muddy Rose and finding the safe room that they were using, full of guns with shaved off serial numbers, and a book that was talking about Van Zant caravans coming through, but they
It's
weren't
also
full of
important.
guns.
I'll note this. The serial numbers were not shaved off. They were forged without them specifically.
They were forged without them specifically. I just remembered this.
An important distinction.
And whenever the dust settled there, that's whenever the U.S. Marshal, Mr. Beautiful name I forgot.
Oh,
I loved
Marshall.
his. It was a
Uh,
good one.
Douglas Dawes.
Douglas Dawes. He was up in Virginia. He said he was taking a vacation to look into this very thing. And he took the book with him. He took the book and the barkeep. And we figured we'd start heading towards Springfield because it was in the same direction as Walker. We wrapped up one thing that led us here. And we found out the Van Zant's pretty much looks like he has the town in his hand. We figured the local militia who wants to stand up for the people probably isn't too happy about that. Want to get in your good graces? Heard someone was killing cows? I thought it was someone, not something. That's really all we know.
Alright. Well, you're not wrong about Van Zant being a problem. Or at least I think he's a problem. The rest of the town seems pretty content to just let him bring commerce to the town, but there are too many coincidences with that man, with that factory. Too many goings on. Pinkerton's coming into this town. I don't like any of it. And frankly, there have been too many coincidences lately. Even, let's assume, for the humor of it, that I believe this story in its completeness. The idea of some sort of supernatural entity being in our town doing what it had been doing under our very noses is alarming. But you said you had seen something like it before.
Something similar. It was, think of a top about yay big. Uh, Not sure how it worked, but whenever someone spun it, corpses stood up. They went berserk, killed whatever they could.
And you found something similar inside a man made of straw. All right. I suppose I see the parallel there, though it's not really my area of expertise. We've seen some strange things here, and we've had to deal with some strange things here, but typically it doesn't involve people. And this sounds like it was likely made by people. Am I correct in that assumption?
No, that was certainly man-made.
All right.
Someone, whoever set it up, was given commands.
And you said it exploded. You don't have it with you.
Oh, well, that was going to be the thing that got us a conversation, but it was about to blow us to Kingdom Come.
All right then. Okay. And she sort of just lays the shotgun down at this point. So, I suppose it's a cards on the table kind of moment here, because I think there may be a world where we can help each other out to a degree. And she looks at the three of you. Trying to find anything out about Van Zant, the factory, his whole industry has been difficult for me, to say the least, as pretty much everybody under my command is a known factor. They got friends, people know who they are, they recognize their face. I can't really do anything with it. And trying to get into that factory is easy to a degree. There are a lot of people who work in that factory who seem eager, happy, and whatnot, but there are some that aren't right.
Like the Puckets?
Give me a notice check, everybody.
4.
Oh,
12.
she fucking whiffed that.
JP crit failed.
Hey, she whiffed it for most people. How do I make this worse? I have to make this worse legally. It's in your... Okay. There's no real way for this insight check to really go awry. You lose a chip. Sorry. But it's in your contract that I have to punish you extra hard.
It is. It is.
But you two notice almost shudder that looks like pain, like emotional pain, when you say the Puckets. Yeah, like the Puckets.
Sorry, were they friends? Family?
I feel like I've been asking for this a lot, but give me another persuasion check.
Trying to milk what I can.
No. This is solid milking. This is solid milking.
9.
Okay, that's good enough. She sort of sits there for a minute, shaking her head. So she just sort of sits there for a minute, looks down, looks back up. Mr. Puckett, I've known him for, well, I had known him for a large portion of my life. I wouldn't exactly call him a friend, but a good man, for sure. He worked at Van Zant, and I asked him if he could get some information for me. See if he could find out what's going on in the back rooms of that place, the places that folks don't talk about after they leave them. I suspect he got in because not long after that, maybe a few weeks of us working together, when he did get in, he stopped talking pretty completely. I sent my boys to go talk to him. I went and talked to him myself, but looking back, I think that may have made it worse. But not long after that, his wife murdered him. Admitted to the whole thing. Said it outright. A crime scene, perfect, showing that she did it. She was very promptly hanged. So yeah, I knew him, and I think I may be the reason that they're dead.
This might be dumb, but have you had any of your men check through their house? Maybe they wrote something down.
I did. The deputies were at it first, but
Hmm.
we didn't find much of anything. No evidence, no nothing.
What's your opinion of local law enforcement?
I think Sheriff Rodriguez is a good man. I've known him for a very long time. He's always followed the law to the letter, been helpful, been kind. He's been a staple of this community for a decade, moreover, and I've had no complaints of him. Though I will admit the expediency of this trial with Joanne was more than anticipated. I've seen slower trials for more serious things.
Seems to be we can't trust the local police then.
With all due respect, Mr. Whitman, I don't think whether or not Ben has anything to do with this, which again I don't think he does, revolves in any way about who you should trust. You should not go anywhere near any local law enforcement.
That's been noted. Thank you.
That's why we were sitting in fields all night.
Fair enough.
Still, could be a deputy, could be the mayor trying to cover the whole thing up.
There are a lot of people that it could be. Van Zandt Industries is a very important part of commerce in this town. There are more than a few factories here that provide us with jobs and income, but they're the biggest. They've been here for better part of probably 15 years at this point. They they took over a lot of stuff after the war, after the shroud fell. They filled a lot of gaps. I'm sure you've seen Van Zandt products, hell, probably for years now, even if you didn't notice them. All sorts of metal works, any sort of mechanical stuff. Back east, they have factories where they're starting to dabble in more of the advanced sciences. Progress is progress, even if the world almost ends, I guess. But they have made a lot of steps forward, and that has made a lot of people very happy and a lot of people very rich here and abroad. So you understand why I'm a little leery to voice any concerns.
Well, as for trying to find something to dig into, we had a couple of ideas, and, well, wanted to hear your thoughts. We heard there was a gang war about to start in the burnt out side of town, and a gang that your militia was too spread out for. Uh, Maybe we could go hit up that. You wouldn't have to worry about that. Or something that just came to mind. If you're aware of how often Van Zandt's caravans come in, particularly from the direction we just came in, we might be able to post up. Just two ideas, but again, I'm open.
The problem with the second is that Van Zandt caravans come in constantly, both by rail and by road. I don't know what you're really looking for. You say possibly transporting people, which that is troubling to say the least. There are probably 3 or 4 caravans that come in every day, and if you
From
were
the
to hit
west?
a few from the west, some from the south, the
Okay.
north, the east, pretty much any direction. As I said, they're one of the biggest industrial producers in this town, possibly in the state. There's materials constantly coming in and going out. So if you wanted to raid a caravan, there's no guarantee you'd raid the right one. And the minute you do that, you're going to draw attention to yourself. A lot of attention. As for the gangs, I use the word gangs a little bit sparingly. I consider one of them a gang. One of them is just a business that has a heavy hand in the town that maybe sometimes dabbles in things that are a little less legal. That being said, they tend to be harmless vices. And the other one, yes, you heard enough. The militia can't really bother with them without some sort of bloodbath happening. They're too deeply entrenched. Occasionally, scuffles break out. We might be able to get one of them, but that always escalates into something else. So we have essentially just tried to contain them. It's basically become a bit of a gang war ourselves, where if they move a little too far in, we push them back, but we can't do more than that. I don't know if they're involved in any way with Van Zant. Frankly, they seem too much of a loose cannon to be invested in, if that makes sense. We haven't been able to crack anything about Van Zant. We haven't been able to find anything out. I don't know how much they would put trust into someone as unpredictable as that gang's leader. Too much information gets to him, it'll spill out. So I don't really know.
Hmm.
So she kind of crowns her head a little something and thinks about it. Do you think? No. It just occurred to me. I might have something that you all could do. It's dangerous. And it's the type of thing that if you were to get caught, I would have to deny that I was the one who sent you to do it.
Well, hopefully this conversation never happened. And as such, I'm open to suggestions. I just talked about raiding a caravan, so
Fair enough.
how dangerous can it be?
Very. As far as I can tell, Van Zant, the whole industrial complex, is pretty hard to chink. That armor is tough, and we haven't found any good way to get in. A unique opportunity has arisen lately that I have not been able to take advantage of due to, again, all of my men being known factors, but you all being relatively unknown. Well, at least here to a degree, might be able to do something about it. Paint is most easily wiped away when it's not dry yet, when it's new. And the newest thing that's been in town having to do with Van Zandt are the Pinkertons. Now, obviously, they have to be given at least a little bit of information to be able to do whatever they're doing for them. And they don't have time, and they haven't had time to be appropriately muzzled, I would think. So it's possible they have some information, and it's possible that they may have some evidence.
Hmm. Take care of some Pinkertons, huh?
I wouldn't say take care of. There are plenty of them. Taking care of them would be loud, it'd be messy. That being said, if you were able to. Well, you're already wanted for several counts of murder and a miscellany of other things. I don't imagine burglary would be too much more on your conscience.
I
Now,
wouldn't lose any sleep about it.
What? What'd you
we
say?
we ain't even doers, man. Like I told you.
She just kind of looks over at you and thinks about you admitted to it, but now you didn't do it. And she gets very. She doesn't know what to make of Mr. Whitman.
Just kind of give her a flat stare and a slight shrug. You get used to it.
So, if you could break in there, find something for me, anything enough for me to be able to do something, to use my position, it might be worth it. But they're holed up in they're holed up in an old building on the industrial side of town, and it's not going to be easy to get into. There's definitely going to be some of them there every day, at all times. It's definitely probably got guards in it. But if you
How
could
many
get
of
me,
them are in town?
I believe they're, from what I can tell from my men, I put their numbers a little south of 40.
Well, I guess it's best to start slitting throats then. Live up to our names, yeah.
Very funny.
I start smoking.
A bit of dry humor.
She just kind of looks back and forth between the three of you. Look, I still have to take care of this town, and if you all start causing too much trouble in here, I don't care if you are trying to help. You become my problem, and I will handle you like any other problem. Is that understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Take a long drag.
All right. This is a very small room that's rapidly filling with smoke. Could you crack the door, please? She looks at JP.
Yeah, I get up and go to the door.
As you crack it open and the smoke starts rolling out, you see that there are about 8 people in the hallway.
I wave at him.
She's
Yeah,
still
they-
alive. Don't worry about it.
She looks up. Thank you. And she just kind of looks at the three of you. I suppose we're being honest with each other. You can just leave the door open. And she leans back in her chair. So what do you think about this? I've got a lot of problems around town, but I can handle most of them. This
I'll
one. Hmm?
Well, I'll say we ain't got much of a choice. As long as you understand that if we do this, we should be in good faith. Yeah. Clear our
I
heads a
believe.
little bit.
Let
So
me make it
you,
very. Let me make it very clear. I have no official capacity in the government of this place. I have no authority to remove any bounty or anything like that. That being said, I think there's already been a bit of good faith established here. A little bit of tete-a-tete, so I'll say this. You're not going to have any problems from me or my militiamen as long as you are behaving yourselves. And as long as we are both aligned on this particular matter.
there is one more thing you can do for us.
Roll my eyes.
You got any militia hideouts or posts that isn't in use that we could take up shelter for the time being?
We don't exactly have safe houses, no, other than here, which I guess you're welcome to stay here, but there's not exactly room. I've got a friend I could probably put you up with in town. He's been known to take in strays.
You guys want to do that instead of staying at the take a long drag, like staying at that one house, learn about shit.
Rub my temple a little bit.
He's a mastermind.
It's up to you, boys. We can stay anywhere.
It'd be nice to know of another place.
She just kind of sits up a little bit. All right. Well, that being said, if you all need another place to stay, if you just kind of invoke my names at the church and you talk to the fellow who runs it, Melvin Hicks, he'll set you all up with a place to stay.
Thank you kindly.
That I'm seeing a lot of coincidence here that's also making me a little worried specifically for you all. I know who you are. And I shouldn't, if that makes sense.
Hmm?
Confederate bounties don't cross lines most of the time, and if they do, they take a long time. I find it suspicious that yours is here already.
Most likely because the man we killed are part of the same problem that's seems to be headquarters here.
I agree. Which brings the point. They're taking precautions against you all because of what you did in Fayetteville, which means they are also probably very aware of who you are, the Pinkertons and them. So make sure you tread lightly. They've done a very good job of making sure that a lot of people around here would recognize you.
Man, I have these heavy duty boots for a reason.
Uh-huh.
As in they can tread through the mud, not having to go lightly.
All right. She just kind of looks down a little bit, and you see the regret filling her face of the choices she's made tonight. So, is there anything else in this town that you all have uncovered that's worth noting to me?
The Pinkertons are asking about that missing boy.
Hmm.
We passed two of them shaking down some street rat.
All right. That's odd.
Boy may have some information that
It
they
didn't
don't want,
seem to.
that he doesn't want getting out.
Hmm. From what I understand, that boy shouldn't have anything to do with any of that, but I'll keep it in mind. We've been trying to find him. But I suppose everybody has. Okay.
There's a
Alright.
whorehouse on Main Street. I think they
I'm,
did some illegal
Yep.
operations in there too.
I'm
May
very
want to
aware
check
of the
them
white.
out.
I'm very aware of the white violet.
I think we've already talked about that a little bit there, John.
We have.
Yeah, but
That being
I don't know,
said,
there's something fishy in there. I think we need to bring
that
it
being
down.
said, if you all are willing to take me up on this little assignment, I'm offering you all talking. Well, talking to Miss Higgins might be a good idea. She's been known to have some of her gals suck the information out of folks. So
Straightforward.
the uh, the Pinkertons have likely visited her establishment at least a little bit. And if they haven't, which frankly they may not have under orders, I imagine her gals may have found them at one point or the other. They might have some information for you. That being said, Isabel's not the type to give information away for free.
I think she needs to go rot in jail is what I think.
She kind of just looks up at you and your wild morality.
That's been a bit of an issue since we just came from the Confederate States.
You don't have cash.
We're short on funds. Otherwise, I would have been more than happy to pay for that kind of information.
All right. She looks at the three of you. I'm willing to put you all on bankroll just a little bit. Just enough to get you started. Because you've already done me a favor tonight. Granted, I think that favor has probably been repaid by me not dragging your asses to a cell. But that being said, I think we've made some headway here. She looks out into the hall. Diaz, go open the lockbox, bring me $60. You hear tromping off before a man walks in with $60, and she points to whoever is the first to be near.
I think Preacher Boy would be the closest one.
Yeah.
Yeah, JP, you're handed $60 American.
American?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's probably a good idea, like as we're talking, to actually separate your money. if you
I
haven't
have it.
already.
Yeah, I already have it
Yeah.
separated. I'm
Yeah, we
rolling
did
in
that.
it. What you talking about?
Yeah, we did that last session or 2 sessions.
Like 2 sessions ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. She hands it over. That'll be enough to buy you some information, and probably just enough for some information and enough to be compensation for what you all did last night. Well, she looks. This conversation feels like it's taken days, but it's really only taken about 20 minutes. A few minutes ago.
You get used to it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's probably more of them gremlins out there, and maybe another scarecrow.
I'm gonna have the men check it out. We'll make sure to leave that field to fallow this year. Just to clear it out as best we can.
Well, in the direction your boys came, that was the direction it was heading. Maybe it was taking a straight path back to wherever it came from. Might help them.
Alright. I'll have them check it out. Scarecrow. I also don't like the implication of that scarecrow, I might add. If it was there merely to keep our attention over there, it implies that maybe we are outgunned in the war of resources here. If they're willing to expend magic just to keep our eyes elsewhere.
Well, if the Pinkertons are in town and they're working for Van Zant, and Van Zant alone, we were probably already a little bit outgunned. But that's what we're here for. Help
give
even
me
the
back,
odds.
just give me back my weapons, or even the score. Yeah.
Do not shoot up my town.
That's the last thing we want.
I just do it in the field, man. Like I
I
said.
will see you on a gallows. Do not press your luck with me.
Gallows. I was born on the gallows, man.
You were born with a silver spoon.
Your ass is rich.
Benny for chance. Benny for
Quiet down
chance. that was too good.
She ain't gotta know that.
Man, I promise. We'll do everything we can. Make sure no triggers pulled inside the city.
See
If it
what
happens
you
in a
do.
factory, well, I don't think either of us would be too sad about that.
I am not trying to tell you to not defend yourselves if you have to, but do not go shooting first and not asking questions.
You have our word, ma'am. We'll do everything we can to keep it.
All right. She sort of like full steeple fingers looks down into her hands. This has been an interesting evening, gentlemen. I don't know if Mr. Hicks is awake at the moment, but if you want to go to the church, you can. Unless you need anything else of me. I hope to see you again, hopefully with a little information.
Oh, you certainly will, man.
All
We'll
right.
do our best, and we'll do our best to keep quiet.
She sort of stands up. I'll have one of my boys lead you out. They can take you down a quiet way to get you wherever you're going, so you don't draw too much attention. It sounds like the town's probably already in a bit of a ruckus after that explosion.
Yeah, I guess we should probably wait till morning to head back to the town proper, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Most likely.
Yeah, if your boys could point us in a good direction, I'm sure we could find a barn.
They can. And you see that same guy with the mutton chops walk up. Good. Mr. Johnson will take you where you need to go.
We'll follow
Nice
Mr.
talking to you,
Johnson.
miss. Good night.
Good night, ma'am.
Good night, gentlemen.
You sleep tight now.
Miss Militia.
Captain White is apparently a very stressed woman. It's
She
shocking,
is
I
now.
know. As you all step out, and Militiaman Johnson leads you all to a barn, similar to what you just said, a barn with a hayloft, sort of on the a good like half-mile down from where you guys just had your ruckus.
We get our weapons back.
Yes, your weapons are returned to you. I'd be kind of wild if she just didn't. She said, "All right, now go burgle," and didn't give you your guns.
Huh?
Militiaman Johnson drops you all off. I believe Mr. O'Leary is out at the moment, so you should have the place to yourselves. Best of luck. And he just starts climbing back down and makes his way back towards the Hawk's Nest as you all are left alone.
That went about as well as we could have expected.
Went better than I expected.
Went better than I expected.
Who's
What
that?
the fuck?
I like that enchant. I unload the marlin into the direction of the stairs.
It is I, your conscience.
That you,
We
Amelia?
left you behind miles ago. Well, get some sleep. We'll probably sleep in to catch up. Right into town. And I think we can head back to the butcher shop, and one of us can head to the White Lily.
Okay, sounds like a plan to
Gonna
me.
be me.
Noted. Figured that was probably a bad idea, anyways.
Okay.
I think we're kicking
uh,
back.
you find a nice bale of hay each to sort of rest your heads and get a good morning's sleep. Uh, you all try to sleep in, though eventually the sun defeats you as it shines through the cracks in this barn, waking you up just a tad earlier than you would have liked. As the hour is around 10 o'clock, when you all start to get roused by just the rays of sunshine pricking your eyes. So what's the plan?
I think it's collect our horses and then ride into town, heading for the butchers.
Yep, let's go do that
Alrighty.
first.
You guys ride into town.
I didn't like that.
And we
That was a
get
bad sound.
shot.
You guys ride into town.
Fuck.
And
Double fuck.
and you are able to sort of clip clop your way in towards. This is fine.
This is fine.
This is fine. You're able to clip clop your way in. You make your way to the butcher shop. You're not accosted or anything as the morning is mostly it's mostly uneventful. The sun that woke you up looks like it's being overtaken by gray clouds. And you think it may rain a little later. And this overcast is maybe keeping the town from fully bustling as the threat of rain looms as you all make your way towards the Fifth Street Butcher Shop. You open the door to the ringing little bronze bell as you see Frederick behind the counter, uh, hanging up some meat that seems to have been dried as he sees you all walk in. Missed y'all last night. I didn't know if y'all were coming back.
And we missed you. Hope things have been well.
Well, well as it can be. I take it
Good.
that means y'all are here for another night.
For a couple more.
All right. Well, room's still there. Use it as you want to. And he just moves over to the counter and continues to chop up meat and slice and whatnot as you all are left to your own devices.
Anyone want some coffee?
Love some coffee.
JP starts
So-
making some coffee.
Good, good.
All
He
right, so
starts
the
brewing up some Joe.
plan is JP, you can take the horses back and get them stabled.
Sounds good.
Women, you want to hang low here, and I'll go see about talking.
Yep, sound good.
Unless JP, you want to go to the whorehouse.
I will not.
What?
I will not
Why?
converse with the whores
The
of the earth.
They're honest working women, so I guess I'll volunteer.
So,
Hold out a hand for the money.
yes, the cash, the
Oh,
cheddar cheese.
yeah, JP will give him the money that we were given.
Thank you.
All right.
That
You
was
are-
60 American dollars.
60 American.
That's a lot American.
We can buy so many people with that.
Wow. Wow.
I won't go to the whorehouse. But what I will do.
Will shock you. Okay. So you guys split off. First, JP and Ollie head out. Oliver headed towards the White Violet, and JP headed back to stable the horses. I'm gonna do a cursory check-in with Mr. Whitman. Do you in fact lay low?
In fact, lay low.
Okay, just wanted to double check. I just wanted to double check. As you just settle in for the day or for the time being. JP, you returned to the stables. You paid for I believe a full week, didn't you?
Yeah, we did.
So, no charge. Again, you're able to very quickly deliver them and deposit the horses. They take back and begin to feed, brush, and whatnot. Do you do anything else, or you just head straight back afterwards?
No, I'm probably gonna head straight back just so whenever Fairchild's done doing his thing, he can report back and we're all there, not having to search for nobody.
Okay. Then to Ollie, you make your way towards the eastern side of town.
One thing before that.
Oh.
One, I'd leave my breastplate behind, and then
Mhm.
my sword should be done.
Should it be done?
We stayed 2 nights in the fields, right? And it needed 2 more days.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That is true. That is
So it
true.
should be done today.
It should be. It should be done. You are correct.
So I will go pick up my sword, drop that off at the butcher shop, and then I will go to the White Lily.
Okay. You pick it up. Mr. and Mrs. Hughes give it to you. You were promised a sheath with this. I'm not going to just make one. Tell me what your new sheath looks like.
Oh shit. Uh shit. I don't know, you caught me on the spot. we'll just say like some nice black leather that probably has like some straps crisscrossing over it like a couple times.
Hmm.
Uh, and maybe has like that kind of classic Western little filigree going
Yeah,
in between the straps.
the sort of like stitched filigree.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Thank
very
them
good work.
profusely.
Yeah, no, they're happy for the work considering the quality and the expense of this, like very serious work. They're very happy to do so. Uh, and you get very high quality work. They did very well on their skill checks. So your sword is effectively silvered. Uh, it does not look damaged in any way. Uh, it seemed honed to a point, very sharp, and the scabbard that has been made is a very good make. As you drop that off at the butcher's place and make your way over to the White Violet.
Yeah,
So
that's
the White Violet, much as described last time, has a very uh 1800s like hotel vibe as you walk in the double doors. They're not like swinging saloon doors, like actual double doors. You step in to see the Victorian style staircase leading upward. Uh, a lot of flowers and colorful decorations about. People milling about, even though it's early, there are already people because, it can be too early to drink, but it's never too early to get a blowjob.
never is.
So there are people moving about. You hear the laughter of men and women, music playing, uh, lanterns hanging from the ceilings, some with multicolors, as you stand in the White Violet.
Is there a bar about?
There's a bar. Pretty much immediately to your right, there is a bar that encompasses the majority of the wall. There seems to be two women minding it at the moment. One a little more heavy set with her hair done up in sort of those the kind of typical Western style with like the rows of curls with like the little hat,
Yeah.
kind of like that. And then the other just has hair that's like fallen down in tresses. She's much more slender and a little more dark skinned. They're just sort of minding bar. It's not as busy as when Mr. Whitman was in. Uh, it's never too early to get your dicky sticky, but there's definitely more people awake to do so later in the day.
This makes sense. Uh, yeah. Walk up, sit down, and suppose order a drink.
Sure. The uh the dark skinned barmaid walks over to you. What'll it be?
Reckon whatever's on tap.
And she sort of you say on tap, so she goes for beer.
Yeah.
Um, she gets you a nice glass, fills it with some beer, slides it over. Would you like to start a tab, or are you just going to pay here?
Let's put that on a tab. Uh,
All right. Your
and
name?
put it on Buck.
She writes down your name, and then you see her put like 5 cents next to it.
Cool. And I heard that I could get some information here if need be.
She kind of looks down at you. Are you new to town, Mr. Buck?
I am.
Figured as much. There may be information for you here if you were looking for it, though there is a bit of a surcharge on strangers.
I'm fine with that. Everybody's got to make a living.
She just sort of like turns the tab over to you as she writes $10 on it, turns it, pushes it forward. I'm afraid some things need to be paid in advance, though.
Yeah. Put put $10 down or like underneath the paper and slide it back.
She slides it.
Understood.
Just a moment. And she looks over at one of the sort of like bouncers at the staircase, and she sort of like shifts her head up And he like pulls out a pocket watch from his right breast pocket, looks at it, and then holds up a 3 to her, and she looks back at you. That'll be 30 minutes until she can have a word with you. Um, just know that since you are a new variable here, no one knows you, meaning no offense. This will not be a private audience. There will be someone in with her with you at all times, and should anything untoward happen, there will be consequences. Is that understood?
Of course.
Good. Would you like anything else?
Uh, I guess another drink couldn't hurt.
She pours you another drink and slides it over to you. Do you just kind of lightly sip until your 30 minutes is up?
I'll lightly sip. I'll
Okay.
find myself a corner.
You lightly slip, and at that 30-minute mark, you see the young lady from the bar step out and walk over to you. Mr. Buck, the madam will see you now. And she sort of gestures towards the stairwell.
Head that way.
Uh, you walk up, and as you do, one of the bouncers breaks off with you and walks with you. Uh, before you by the time you get to like the first platform, before you get to the stair area, he stops you. Any weapons you have on your person, would you please hand them over?
I probably would have left my rifle back.
Sure.
Hand a pistol.
Hand a pistol. He motions for you to spread your arms so he can pat you down.
Do so.
He gives you the full pat down. Are you concealing any weapons?
I have a boot knife.
Okay. Would you like to attempt to keep that concealed?
No,
Okay.
forgot
Uh,
about that down there.
yeah, he pulls it out and he gives you kind of a look, but he pulls it out and hands it to the other guy. They'll be returned to you on your way out. Follow me. As he leads you up the stairs, and it's sort of one of those wraparound situations. The second floor goes around, and on the sides you see doors leading to rooms, and then the far end from where your entrance was, you see an outside balcony. He takes you further in, and to the left there seems to be one like rather large interior room, presumably where Isabel Higgins would be. He knocks on the door. You hear someone say, "Come in." As the door opens, you see a very lavish office space, and apparently also a bedroom and living quarters, as there are a very large four-posted bed with that sort of like very high post with the sort of curtain that falls around it, the sheer that you can sort of see through. Uh, Several couches and a fireplace, a nice furred skin rug, sort of mahogany covered furniture, various bookshelves, a small bar, and then behind a desk where the desk itself sits kind of lower and she sits on almost like a platform that is reminiscent of a throne, honestly. Uh, you see a woman who appears to be in her early 40s, long blonde hair with sort of hazel eyes. She's wearing a corseted black and green gown with a matching jacket that sort of extends to her wrists, and then a fairly wide brimmed hat that is sort of cocked to the right side, almost covering her right eye. You see a cane at her side as she looks up at you. Well, Mr. Buck, is it?
Ma'am?
Isabel Higgins. A pleasure.
Pleasure.
She motions for you to sit down.
Take a seat.
Now, that being said, some perfunctories to get out of the way. You have purchased an audience, which I do appreciate. It's very kind of you to find your way to little old me just to have a conversation. That being said, I am a woman who has valuable time. So, give me your question. I will name a contribution, and we will see if we can't get an answer for you.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm aware that there's a squad of Pinkertons in town, and they're holed up in an abandoned building in the industrial section. I'd like to know more about them, what they have going on.
She sort of looks, sort of twists in her chair a little bit. That is possibly expensive information. That being said, also dangerous information. Before I go giving it to you, out of concern for my clientele, of course, at the moment being you, why do you want to know this?
Well, to be straightforward, I think they might be here to hurt the town. And I need some of the information they might have.
She sort of like cocks a half smile. Sure. She leans back in her chair. She sort of pulls something out from her desk drawer, and you see a deck of playing cards. Do you play, Mr. Buck?
Now and then, I wouldn't say I'm any good, but I play.
Tell you what, and she starts shuffling through the deck of cards very expertly. You see a very skilled, dexterous hand as she moves and flips the cards in a very, very ornate sort of shuffle as she lays them out on the table. Let's say you and I play a game, and we can
All right.
decide how much this question of yours costs. If I win, I'll decide, and if you win, maybe we can take a little off.
Sounds fair.
Okay. So I think the best way to do this, I'm going to play a game of high-low with you real quick. If you guess right, you win. If you guess wrong, she wins.
Okay.
The card I have drawn, you are extraordinarily lucky, is the Ace of Hearts. Will the next card be higher or lower?
Are aces considered ones?
Aces are considered the highest.
The highest. I would suspect low.
It is the King of Hearts, as you are correct. As you guys play a little like modified game of essentially 5 card stud, best of 3 rounds, and you are able to beat her the first and the third time. As you win the second, she sort of smiles, looks up at you. All right, Mr. Buck. You think they're here to bother the town? That's what you said.
That's correct.
Well, I agree with you. I don't like them here, and I don't like what they've been doing. The strong arm approach on all of the hardworking men who man the factory is not something I approve of. So let's say that I were to give you some information about the Pinkertons, about their operation. What exactly would you be doing with it?
Well, straightforward and paying customer and all. I need to get into where they're staying and figure out what they know. From what I understand, they're working with Van Zant.
You'd be correct. She just sort of drums her well manicured fingers on the table in front of you. All right. So you want to go snooping?
That's my intention, if I have a way in.
Hmm.
And I'd be more
Well,
than happy to share that information if I'm able to get it.
I suppose there are 2 avenues here for us to proceed down. One, you can pay me my modest fee and I can tell you what I know about the Pinkertons. Two, I could maybe offer a little more assistance than that, but you would have to do something for me.
Might I be able to know what you're asking?
If you intend to go snooping around with the Pinkertons, I might have need of something that they have. Well, that they may have. See, the Pinkertons have been a bit of a thorn in my side. A large let's say a large percentage of my clientele works at that factory, and lately it feels as if they may be being persuaded to not visit as much. And while it hasn't affected me too much as of yet, I don't like that I'm losing money.
Understandable.
They've been making several attempts as well to sort of, let's say, muscle in on some of the things I've been doing. Namely, they've been trying to find a little bit about the information that my girls and the gals, or that my girls bring me. I don't like that, and I would like to have some way to dissuade them from doing so. If you could find me something,
And just some blackmail?
I wouldn't put it so crass to say, but yes. If you could find me something that I could hold over them to get them to back off a little bit. I don't necessarily think that what they're doing is under the orders of old Mr. Van Zandt. I think it's more them trying to make a few dollars while they're here. And if I just had a little something to dangle over their heads to dissuade them from doing so, I would be much obliged to the person who could get me that information.
All right. Then yeah, if you could help me, if you'd give me that opportunity, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
She smiles at that. Indeed. All right. So, no charge for the information I'm about to give you, and then we may be able to arrange a little help your way. The Pinkertons are holed up in an old law building on the other side of the industrial district. It's a larger building, 2 stories, and has a courtyard in the middle. Uh, Sleeping quarters for a lot of them, though they're never all in there at once. Most of them are out on shifts, but there are typically a good amount of them there at any given time. I know that the man that at the lead of them is named Arlo Towns. He's a contemptible son of a bitch, and he has been, let's say, non receptive to our attempts at being amicable. I know that he has an office on the second story, and I know that it is on the back facing side of the building from the entrance. The old legal office that it used to occupy was owned by a friend of my family, so I have a pretty good idea of the layout, which I could provide to you. And assuming you were willing to procure some information for me, it could be arranged that maybe some of their outer guards were distracted if they needed to be. Buy you a
Okay.
little bit of time to get in.
Okay.
So, I also know that at least at any given point, based off of what the guys have said, there are about 15 beds in the law office, and they may or may not be filled at any point. I think if you were to go during the day, there would be more people up and about. If you were going to go at night, there'd be less people, but there would likely be more asleep.
Okay.
And I also know by one of the gals who has a bit of a soft spot for animals, they have several dogs as well.
Hmm. Okay.
That being said, there are also non employed staff there. They have at least one cook, a couple clerks, and a handyman, so to speak, who takes care of problems around it. All of which I'm not going to tell you how to maneuver around, but get creative. And the
All right.
last thing that I know about the place is that at least somewhere inside, I know there used to be a safe. It's built into one of the walls, I presume, in the second story.
Wouldn't happen to be in that office, would it?
I would assume so, though I don't exactly know where.
Okay. Well, that helps out a lot. Thank you kindly.
You're welcome. Now, that being said, remember your end of the bargain. Find me something in there I can use.
I'll find something.
All right. Make sure to tell me what or when you're going to attempt this, and I can arrange for someone to help lubricate your passage inside.
What?
All right. Would tomorrow night work?
Sure.
All right. Then I guess tomorrow night's the night.
Very well then. She sort of uh like flips her cards back and puts them back in the drawer next to her. If that is all, Mr. Buck, I have more people to see.
Of course. Until next
And
time.
she nods and then gestures to the door, which then, as you approach, opens, and the same bouncer fellow walks you back downstairs. Your weapons are given back to you, and you have free reign to go wherever you wish.
I reckon we'll do. We'll probably walk around a little bit extra.
Hmm.
Taking back roads just in case some dirty fuck mother might be following me before I try to go back to the butcher shop.
You can drop me a survival check or a stealth check, either one.
I think they're the same. We'll stay still. 11.
Right. Yep. You're able to sort of traverse back roads. You take a northern path of the industrial district and slip through alleys. You sort of brush into the northern side of town, which is more residential of the more wealthy folks. So you're able to just kind of go through a lesser traveled area. As you are walking out, it has started to rain pretty heavily. So there's significantly less people on the streets as you make your way back to the butcher shop.
Cool.
As you all reconvene.
Did you learn anything?
Damn. Should have thought about that rain. That would have been helpful. Uh, yeah. So I know where they're at. Two-story building. And I managed to work into where their outside guards will be preoccupied tomorrow night. And we know that the head honcho is he has an office in one of the back corners of the building. Whatever we're looking for should be there. There's also a safe in that room. We need to get that open.
Alright.
I'm open to ideas on that. There's probably about 15 people going to be sleeping in there. They'll also have a few services on hand, handyman, a cook, maybe a couple clerks. There should also be some dogs. That's what I'm worried about.
Ooh, this might be rather tough.
Good number.
I do know I don't have the greatest record of sneaking about. Might have to sit this one out. Post up on a building on the outside, maybe. Maybe watch the exit. However,
Man,
I'm pretty good with animals, I reckon. I could bring some treats along and
I was thinking we could ask
dogs.
Jefferson for something.
Yeah,
Maybe
I could
try
keep
to.
dogs entertained, give them some meat, keep them quiet, play with them a bit, I reckon. I
And
have been
giving him some food.
I have been told I'm a somewhat of an animal guy. It's inherent of my nature, my spirit, you could say, as of lately.
You and me both.
Mr. Whitman heard guard dogs, to which he said, "Oh, puppers."
We got a plan for the
Flash,
dogs.
flash forward to them biting his nuts. They shoot it. You've got to shoot it. Emilio. So yeah, we know where we're going. We have a way to get in. There should be a back door, and that maybe the cook or the handyman uses. And hopefully they shouldn't be there at night. Does anyone have any picks?
Oh,
I'll point
I'd have
out,
to.
if you are looking for lockpicks, you're currently staying with a fence.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask first. I need some meat and I need picks.
This is
Alright.
not an odd request at all for him. Sure. No, that checks. Sure.
Above table, below table. Got it.
Sure.
Now, of course, there might be some guards inside the building, but hopefully it's just a couple. And then I don't know how to get past any kind of big safe. Thoughts on that?
well, I reckon I could try to pull back some of my old life into this.
Yeah.
I might be able to pick a lock.
You crack a safe or two whenever you were just a weein'?
Oh, you know, back in the family business days, Mom and Dad used to make us practice on the little one at home in case we were needed for bigger jobs.
I like it.
Alright,
like
let's hope you remember something. Alright, so we need some meat, we need some picks. Whitman, we can get you, are you coming with us or not? You could help with the dogs.
Well, like
I'm
I
not.
said, I help with the dogs, but I can't be sneaking around that they're building. You know, it ain't gonna work out.
Well, there's probably going to be some dogs near the beds.
Bork.
Work.
I mean, if they're attack dogs, then they won't be sleeping with them. Probably keep them locked up in the back. I would imagine.
That's fair. They're probably on the first floor. All right. Well, let's hope the meat handles that.
Arby's.
Well, guess it sounds like we have a bit of a plan, gentlemen.
All right. Then I guess just to kind of uh, montage through our supply gathering, the boys can ask for the meat and picks. I guess advice for cracking bigger safes. And then Ollie will go back to the Lily and try to subtly ask for the blueprints to that building, unless
Okay.
they were already given to him.
They, you were provided the blueprints, like quote unquote the blueprints, in that you were just given a very like
Okay, all right, sure.
good description of the inside.
Okay, that's
And
fine.
as for picks, and meat, $5 from you two. The meat is fairly cheap. The picks are not. And then you said you were looking for advice, maybe?
Just advice for if like something that doesn't have a keyhole. I assume.
Okay. So here's what I'll do. Presumably, since JP will be the guy who's gonna fall to the picking,
Correct.
JP, give me a persuasion check, and if you can pass this persuasion check, I will go ahead and roll a help action for Frederick, and you can
Okay.
apply it later.
Gotcha. All right.
That's all we're asking for here.
Let's do this. Do day. I got 10.
Yeah, he is able to hand it over, and he leans over and just kind of starts giving you some advice on like newer model safes, since you start talking about how it's been a while since you've done this, and talking about the mechanics of like tumblers nowadays, the sort of like dangers of potentially like people using dust stone to coat the insides of safes to do weird stuff. But okay, would you guys like to roll this, or you want me to do it for his help?
You do it.
Okay, so he's not a wild card, but I'm saying for his thievery, he probably has like a D8.
It's his
So
job.
yeah, so a 4 will get you goodness, and if I can roll an 8, I can get you guys a raise.
Austin, take a chip for bringing up your backstory. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I rolled a 6, which means you guys will get a successful help action, which means you're going to be able to take 1 off the DC when the time comes.
Cool.
If you guys want me to, if you want to use a Benny, I'll re-roll this.
I don't.
Like the 6 stays if I roll lower, but if you guys want to try for higher, you can.
I think we need to save all of our chips for
Okay,
stealth rolls.
I was
Mhm.
throwing it out there. Okay, so whenever the time comes, if you attempt to pick a lock, in this little caper you guys are considering, uh, if I don't say the DC is -1, remind me.
Scream it from the rooftops.
So you acquire picks, you get some advice from Frederick. You get a pretty good idea of the blueprints. I'll go ahead and tell you what the building's layout is since you're given the description. On the bottom floor, there's a front room, an old foyer type deal, where it would have been like a waiting area, more or less. Um, After that, there are 2 hallways. The way the building is situated, there is an interior courtyard and sort of a rectangular surrounding of the interior courtyard. The foyer in front has 3 doors behind it. 1 door leads to the courtyard, and the other 2 lead to larger rooms. The left door leads to a larger area that was used for like offices. So from what the information you were given from the madam about what her gals had given her, that's where they are sleeping at the moment. So that's functionally a barracks.
Okay.
The
And is
right,
that on the first floor?
yes,
Okay.
the right side, uh, when you open that door, is a sort of kitchen area. In the back, there are a couple storage like closets and small storage rooms. And in the back left, there is a stairwell that leads up. When you get to the stairwell upstairs, there's a second foyer and then 2 split hallways that both lead to a large office that encompasses the majority of the other side.
Okay. So it sounds like we want to use that back door with the staircase, right?
Mhm.
Uh, I'm worried that
I
that's so.
will also note that the back door, like that area, is fenced in.
Okay, so we'll just have to sneak through the courtyard, which shouldn't be guarded.
Yeah. And then there's the interior courtyard as well, which there's probably something to do there, but I'm not here to tell you guys how to do this.
So courtyard, mini courtyard, and again, theoretically, we would want to take the staircase because that's a straight shot.
Yep.
There's probably something there,
Probably.
which hopefully we roll well enough for. And then there's probably maybe 4 or 5 guards on the second floor, which we can sneak around. And then we'll have to get into the main office. Does that sound good, or do we want to try and go through the kitchen?
No, I say we go
Sneak
with plan 1.
Okay. Alrighty.
So I guess now we just
Then,
kind of wait until more nightfall hits.
Yep. Our
Alright.
video game pastime skyline changes rapidly
Yeah.
until like, you know,
Yeah.
2 a.m.
During that time, JP's gonna be in some fervent prayer.
What's JP praying on? What's the prayer looking like today? Is
Oh.
this a deliver us from evil type prayer? Is this a guide our steps kind of prayer?
It's gonna be an everything kind of prayer. So JP's gonna
This
be
is this is the everything bagel of prayer.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bagel.
Oh yeah. You can taste all the different things going on in it. So he's gonna be, first off, he likes to always pray for the safety of his friends, and if something were to happen, that he would hope that he could be the sacrificial lamb if his friends could live. Gonna pray that
I love it.
while he's gonna have to pick a lock and steal something that is for the greater good and that it would not look too badly upon him to be doing so, but also that cracking this door into his past, he's gonna really try to hit on that this isn't an opening to a past self that's gonna lead him down an even worse road, because given the things that have happened, a couple days in the past when he believes he burned a man alive, he's worried about opening this door anymore because he fears that it might fully extend and then JP will just be a hooligan.
John Peters.
Yeah. JP will no longer be himself. He'll be gunslinging, safe cracking John
Son of a
Peters.
bitch.
Just stuff like that, just all around stuff like that. A little bit more saying sorry for what happened in the past. That sort of thing.
There's some humility, a very contrite sort of moment of prayer, and it does make you feel better. Nice to relieve to take a moment to actually indulge in your faith, since you haven't really had the huge amount of time since you got here.
Yeah. Oh, and this is like the entire wait time. Like we're fasting in prayer right now, boys. It's
you get your religious
there
you
you
get your
go.
religious fervor on. Anyone else do anything in the transition?
Eat.
Eat? Yes. Food good.
I'll get the boys their own compact mirror in case we have to try and do signals.
Nice.
I'll add that to my inventory.
Mark $1 off. Okay. So we eat hearty. We get ourselves some mirrors just in case we need to be covert about some shit, and we confess ourselves and speak to the Lord.
Only thing JP's eaten is the fruit of the word. Fasting
Yes.
and prayer.
I like it. The time switched forward. Give me a D4 roll, somebody, just to see how you luck out with weather.
Do I keep rolling the 4?
No, it's just a D4.
Okay.
He magically
Then
rolled
4.
a 47.
Okay, it does clear up a little as the day falls away and into a bit of a cloudless night. So, you all go about your business. You get ready. You pack up, and it's time.
Oh, fuck. This is gonna go so sideways.
Nah, I couldn't.
This is gonna go so bad.
I can't imagine how it could.
And amen. Okay. Boys, I think I'm ready.
I gotta go pee first.
It's probably a good time for pee break. I could pee.
Alrighty. We go for pee break quick.
I'm back. Everybody else back?
Nope.
Nope.
All right, who's all back?
I am back.
Cool. I had to get me some pizza. Haven't had dinner yet tonight.
Jesus, it's 11 o'clock, Austin.
I know. I wasn't gonna eat dinner today, but
He's hungry.
The 2 mile run finally has been kicking in terms of energy.
Mm-hmm.
On a fun little note, I modded out my PSP.
That's nice.
Yeah, it wasn't too hard either.
I like it.
I think it's gonna be my little emulation tool. I also found a file mod for it where it can become a PC controller.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm. JP loves him some pizza. Too bad he's fasting.
Yes. Yeah. Too bad pizza is kind of hard to come by right now.
Mm-hmm.
Just in general.
Chance had to pee.
Chance taking a fucking shit.
He's doing laundry.
Taking a shit. Yeah, he's got to put a load out. As per always, someone has to put a load in. This is the way of things. This is the way of things.
Yeah.
I can't wait for this dragon to eat you guys. Gonna get eaten by this dragon. Where the fuck are the rules for this shit?
I know this is gonna go on YouTube later, but I don't even care. I wish I had a Papa John's and down here.
Yeah. I feel that.
Domino's just ain't it right now.
No, I agree.
Step up a game, Domino's. I don't want your
Domino's is not what it
sponsorship.
is. I do not like Domino's. I do not like them.
No. These ones aren't
Some
bad.
people just have wrong opinions.
I'm a Papa John's guy.
Domino's just got way too much garlic.
Do y'all remember that one time at Daniel's when we ordered like pizza from like 3 different areas?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
I remember that. That was weird.
It was strange, but it was
That was
funny.
odd.
Oh,
remember, like,
speaking of
Hunter
food,
was-
have you had the cheese at Taco Bell?
No.
Oh my god, it's so good.
What is it?
It's
It's a
they put
giant
a
fucking
giant
cheese.
cheese in a crunch wrap. Oh my god.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, I was grabbing snacks.
I'm starting to salivate right now thinking about it.
Thinking about what?
Cheese at
Daniel.
Taco Bell.
Daniel loves it. The cheese at Crunch Wrap.
Crunch wrap. You talking about the Cheez-It?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can't be good.
You can't.
It's so good. Every bite
Don't
has a
sit-
hint of cheddar in it. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
You shit your pants afterwards?
No, I've eaten so much Taco Bell. I'm immune to that.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Quit rolling shit.
No, I have to. It's my job. Um, so you guys head out and you are preparing to go to the presumably the like area near the White Violet where a distraction is going to be put in place. Or near, not near the White Violet, near the law office where.
Yes.
Okay. You guys are making your way there. I mean, notice checks from everybody, please.
Fuck. It's already gone horribly.
We've already been in jail.
We have already fucked up.
This is not the one I want to be multiple sixing right now. Freaking A. Okay.
11.
17.
Okay.
5.
5. Okay. A very good roll from JP. As you guys are making your way there, JP, at some point in transition, you clock someone you think is following you.
Mm.
Oh god.
From what direction?
It looks like at some point after you guys sort of like crossed through, you guys are kind of in the upper middle portion of town, headed east. At some point after you cross sort of the main thoroughfare headed east, you guys picked up a tail.
Okay. Is he to our 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock?
I mean, pretty much to your, like, pretty much to like your 5. Like, kind of walking a little
Okay.
like harder against a building.
Okay, slightly behind us to the right.
About 60 feet, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna lean over to. Oh, who would be? I guess I'm gonna lean over to Mr. Whitman and just kind of whisper. Don't make too sudden of a fit about it, but we're being followed. 5 o'clock. About 60 feet away.
Maybe I should peer off.
No, not yet. Let's do it together and go down an alley.
Mm-hmm. Let's pick this one right here. It looks nice.
Take a random left.
Okay. I need a group persuasion check. Deception.
Persuasion is deception.
There is there deception skill? I didn't think there was. I think it just
No.
is persuasion.
I think it's
Yeah.
just persuasion.
I think it's persuasion.
Yeah.
Well, JP didn't make it. I only got a 2.
I got a 5.
Okay. You don't have to roll, Mr. Whitman. Unless you roll stupendously, I suppose.
I got 10.
Yeah, it's not good enough. You guys duck into an alley and you wait for maybe a minute or so. No one ever follows you.
I say we just keep walking. Like, I don't think we wait. I think we just keep going. We just take, like, behind buildings and shit.
Mm-hmm.
If we got to do a big arc, that's fine.
Yeah, just take the scenic route.
Would you guys, since you guys are kind of arcing, why don't you guys give me stealth checks? This is another group sort of stealth.
Five for JP.
As a non-natural 20.
Holy shit.
Crit fail.
If you would have said natural 20, I would have been greatly impressed.
All right.
I've been playing
Are
a
you-
different game.
Are you going to keep that, Daniel?
He
No.
has to.
You have to, I thought. Yeah.
Oh, it's crit fail. You're right. He does have to keep it. Okay.
Chance, shut up.
Yeah, should have said nothing.
No.
I thought it was if you use a Benny and crit fail, then you have
No,
to
no,
get.
no.
Mm-mm.
Crit,
Nope.
crit
It's just
fail's
crit
got to
fail
be
in
honored.
general.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're about
Trust
to get our
me.
ass count.
I've crit failed
It should
enough to know the
counter,
rules,
On a
Daniel.
bounty bowl.
but it should counter your. Nah, never mind.
It was an incredible roll by chance. It really was. And I would let it offset if Austin had passed, but he did not. You guys are able to go around a pretty reasonable path that you think is fairly confusing, and you're able to get to the rendezvous unmolested.
I'm glad about that, at least.
You guys arrive. You're about 100 feet from the sort of law office that you know is there, and outside in the front courtyard that's sort of open, you do see kind of in the distance, kind of under lamplight. You guys are more concealed, but under lamplight, you see uh, uh, a couple like
Brimmy
Pinkertons
Seekers.
chilling out.
Okay.
And as you do see all this, uh, you hear a slight sort of clip clop behind you as you see two, shall we say, bold young women
Hey,
walking up
It's
behind you.
hello,
One of
whores.
them like kind of links arm just a little bit with Ollie and kisses him on the cheek before she nods to him and walks with her friend towards the gate. Let's see how they do. They're hookers. They probably got pretty good persuasion. I'll give them a D10. That,
nice.
that feels like hooker persuasion.
Professionals.
Now let me look at these guys' stat block to see how. All right, so someone roll a D10, and I am going to roll against you.
Who wants to roll it?
I'll tell you right now, this is going to be a D10. They are detectives, so versus a D8. My D8 versus your D10. No wild die.
Okay, I got 7.
Okay.
Mm.
I got a 5.
Oh.
You guys sit there for about 5 minutes. You see them talking. At first, they sort of have a gruff appearance where they start smirking a little bit and sort of chuckling with the ladies just a little bit before eventually you see them kind of look around a little bit and you see them get led sort of like into a darker side of the courtyard. And you sort of wait for like what you'd assume to be a signal until you see a head kind of bobbing back and forth, and you think that's probably the signal. As you have the green light.
All right, well, whoever's watching, they're gonna watch.
Mm-hmm. Let's go.
I'll go first.
All right, so how are you approaching this? So essentially, there is a fence around this building with, a courtyard. The building itself is sort of a rectangle with a hollow interior that is an interior courtyard. And then there are, of 3 doors, one in the back, the front door, and then the cook's entrance on the right side. Give me a luck check for the gals.
All right. Yeah. What am I rolling here?
Just roll a d6. 4, 5, or 6 is good. 1, 2, 3 are bad. It's to decide which side of the courtyard they led their
That's fair.
fellas to.
That's fair. I got a 5.
They led them to the left side, so the cook's entrance is still a viable option.
Okay. All right. We take that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we just hug that right side, and just opposite of them, and
Are you guys gonna try to sneak in interior of the fence, or go around the outside of the fence and try to hop it?
uh.
The fence itself is about maybe 8 feet tall, with sort of like wrought iron spiky designs at the top. It's mostly like cement stone around the sides, with then they've got the sort of metal spikes at the top.
Okay.
Well, the officers are probably preoccupied. Why just go in the front?
They are preoccupied. The front is definitely still the riskiest, but it's
Yeah.
significantly less risky than if they were standing guard.
Truth.
You know, you don't know what's inside, of course, but
Yeah.
Oh, I
You
I
let
mean the gate. I mean through the gate.
oh, okay, yeah, no,
Yeah.
same thing is true. Yes.
So let Ollie go first and let him look inside the courtyard proper, and
Mhm.
then he can signal back.
Okay.
And if we're gonna do that way, if not, then you guys go ahead and go down and try to hop.
Hop the fence.
Yeah. So
Okay.
let Ollie do a little bit of recon first. Shlunk.
Shrunk, give me the schlink roll.
Alright. You have been schlunked. God, this is so much easier whenever you can just make yourself invisible.
Mhm.
Man, a bad roll. 12.
12. 12 is pretty fucking good. I'll give them a chance to notice. I'm gonna put them at -4. They're very busy.
-6, they're doing good job. They're doing God's work.
You roll right now for the abilities of their mouths.
Yes,
Oh
get
my.
ready to watch magic happen.
You roll a
The
D.
likes of which you've never seen.
She sent high quality. You give me a D10 roll.
I'm rolling a d10 right
You
now.
give me a D10 roll.
A 9.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. -6. Fine. I've been persuaded.
Hear me out.
You know, they would have had to have explode multiple times, but
Well,
they
I
very
need them to hold off on that.
they very respectfully got a 9. Like with a -6, they got a 9. They're very vigilant, but also occasionally go. So, yeah, you're able to slip sort of into the gate. You look inside. You see a grass courtyard with a few like bushes and flowers planted.
Okay.
You do see the coattails of a young lady who appears to be on her knees, sort of around the corner, but you don't see the fellow that she's with. Um,
Any
but the
dog?
interior, not that you see at the moment, no.
Alright. Uh, yeah. I'll give the boys a little flash with the compact mirror to signal to them to they're gonna try and hop the fence down the way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Uh, I will try to sneak through the inside.
Okay. So, first thing for you two on the outside, I need the athletics roll to get over this fence. Simple DC 6, but that's what you got.
We need to keep this quiet.
How tall is this building?
The fence is about 8 feet tall.
It-
Building.
The building, standard 2-story building, so at its roof, probably like 25 feet.
Oh, okay. Is there a ladder
No,
to the top?
no.
Okay. I got a 5.
I got exactly a 6.
Okay, so Mr. Whitman fails. Do you want to keep that failure?
If we take more time and JP sits like he perches, can he try to can he give Lad the chance to roll again by trying to pull him up?
He can. So mechanically, what I'm going to do, you've already failed once. Every time you fail, I'm going to increase the DC of your stealth check by 2.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but Austin can provide an aid action to get you over the fence.
Okay.
I got a 5. Once more.
All right.
What's my aid going to be? An 11.
Okay. You're
That's
able
what we
to
needed.
help him over the fit very briskly as you two drop down on the other side. You do see that cook's entrance that I was talking about. I need stealth checks from both of you. The DC is you're on the other side. Actually, I need to set the DC. The DC for Austin is 5. The DC for Mr. Whitman is 9.
What? Why?
Because
Man.
you're like Harold. You're deaf and you're clumsy. My sweet, sweet Harold.
I got a 5. I make mine.
Okay.
You re-rolling that one, lad? Doing that?
Yeah, I fucking guess. I got 5.
Okay.
I'll let him use one of my bennies to re-roll.
How many bennies have we burnt on this check?
2 so far. If
Oh,
Okay. That was
Daniel, I really want to tell you how much I sympathize with you in our D&D campaign. We've been doing so much sneaking lately, and I'm so bad at it.
he plays an 8-foot cat.
I'm so bad at it.
13
You got it.
That's what we need.
only cost.
You guys drop down, and you start moving slowly towards this door. And Austin, you're able to keep it, and Mr. Whitman, you're able to keep it. But as you do, you see from the back corner a dog rounds the outside. It seems to be sort of a mastiff-looking dog, but it starts sniffing at the air, taking deep breaths. And it seems like it might have wind of something, but you are able to get to the door before it seems to lock on to whatever it's smelling.
Should we throw the meat out? I'm assuming Mr. Whitman probably had the meat.
Yeah, I take out my knife, cut a small sliver of it, throw it in
Fucking
a
eat it.
next to the wall, or next to the fence. Yet next to the fence.
So, give me. Is there an animal handling in this fucking game?
Riding. Give him a riding check.
Give him a riding check.
I'm just throwing a piece of meat.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to think of a better way to do this than
I noticed
just
check.
making you roll. I mean, the dogs have already noticed a smell. They're here to investigate it. It's just a matter of if they go to the smell you want them to go to.
Theoretically, that'd be the smellier object.
Mm-hmm. Just give me a survival check. Yeah, theoretically.
Man, instead of like a nice piece of meat, we should have brought the stankiest, like, just to mess up the noses. We shouldn't have thought about feeding them. We should have just thought about just jacking up their sense of smell.
Well, not because then other people, like, the guards might have smelled us.
Mm-hmm. What'd you get, Daniel?
3.
Okay. Now I need you to give me a vigor check to see if the stench that comes from you is stronger than the stench that comes from that meat.
I have to be a 3.
No, if you beat a 3, you are the one they smell.
Uh,
You need to roll under a
I got
3.
5.
As they come around sniffing, you become very aware of the wound on your chest that you've taken great pains to try to conceal the smell of. But this is an animal with an extraordinarily keen nose. As it catches wind of your scent, and you think it sees you, you have a split second to act as it starts to move towards you, sort of low on the ground, and you just barely hear a growl starting to come out of its mouth.
How close to the door were we when it found us?
Fairly close.
Doesn't matter. It's gonna bark.
Yeah, you prepared for this? That's what we brought shit for.
Oh, I cast stun on the dog.
Okay. Give me an activation check.
1 second, let me find my powers. Where's
Do you realize why you were at -4 compared to Austin now, Daniel?
It does.
Yeah. Actions have consequences.
Dead ass, jerky ass man.
Mm-hmm.
We were rolling the 8. So 14 on the activation of stun.
So I need to make a vigor check at a DC 6, correct?
Yes, -2 with the raise, so 6.
Okay. Let me look at what a dog's vigor is.
Watch it be a freaking D12.
There's no way. I don't think. It's a D6. So I have to roll a 6. I do not roll a 6 as the dog freezes in place. You've bought yourself some time.
Get in the house. Get in the house.
Should I slit the dog's throat?
You most certainly could try.
No, we're good.
If it wakes up,
The dog has to pass its check.
might as well just kill it now.
I will point out, like, actually, to Mr. Whitman's credit, combat turns and actual sneaking time are way different. You can keep this dog stunned for some time, but it's like combat time. So how long does stun last?
Until you pass.
So you're betting on this dog making a check every 6 seconds.
Yeah, I guess we probably
Place it under the
should.
bush.
Oh, okay, but he is vulnerable, so technically,
Yeah, there's
we-
no check. It's just slit his fucking throat.
yeah, just
Yeah,
slit its
no,
throat.
there's not gonna. This is just a kill and dump type situation.
Okay, yeah, just slit its throat and be done with it.
As you
Maybe drag it near the stairs or something, like not in the middle of the court. Don't leave it in the middle of the courtyard. Like, pick it up, put it somewhere, and then slit its
Put
throat.
it in a bush.
Yeah, don't leave a blood trail.
Yeah, I'm not
Good
even
boy,
gonna make
Austin.
you roll
Chip.
since. Yeah. I'm
Thank
not gonna
you,
make you
thank you.
roll since you have so many bonuses to hitting this dog, and then the damage to this dog. So you slit the dog's throat, it dies. What do you do with its body?
Oh, I
Bush.
would've- yeah, I would have picked it up
Okay.
by its
Uh,
bush.
Give me a survival check to conceal the body.
Uh, 4.
4 is all you needed. You slit the dog's throat. You very quickly cup your hand under it to make sure that it doesn't bleed too much, and you drag very quickly this body to a bush, and you push it under.
While
Whisper to Whitman to wash his hands with his canteen.
Well, you're not there.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna say while
You're going in the front, is what you said. Or were you saying you were going through the front door, or you're going through?
I was gonna go through the courtyard and just hug the opposite wall.
Yeah,
And meet
okay.
them on the
Gotcha.
opposite
Okay,
side.
so
I
while-
could basically
Gotcha.
get out
I
ahead.
misinterpreted that. Yeah. So no, you can communicate.
yeah, so while Mr. Whitman was doing that, I was finding Oliver and like waving him over, kind of like, be stealthy, but get your butt over here.
And let's slightly go up to this door. Window or anything to peek through?
Maybe it's kitchen. Yeah, I'd say there probably is.
Scooby Doo that.
Okay.
Peek on through.
Gotta go give me a nose check.
Okay. That's all right. 5.
You have to kind of crane your neck to really get the full 180 on this. But in the kitchen, there are 2 men eating. Like it seems like and like drinking what seems to be kind of like a nightcap.
Full of those plates.
The plates are relatively empty, but there's still a bottle between them.
Oh, if we're already at the back of the building, could we theoretically just walk the back length of the building to get back to that other door?
You could.
Okay. So yeah. Kind of turn around to the boys. There's a midnight snack going on. We could try to sneak back. There might be another dog, but
Let's do it.
alright. Shalunk.
I only have 8 points left, but
Just
What-
need it.
Do you guys have your stealth rolls still? I'm not gonna make you take another one. We can just make them carry over. So, you guys go around the back, sort of following this courtyard wall in this sort of like gardeny kind of area, and you come around to the other side, and you do in fact see another dog. This one's sleeping, just kind of curled up near a door.
Is it our door?
It's the only door.
Fuck. Okay.
Wait, it's asleep? Mr. Whitman has a bow, right?
He does.
He does.
We shoot that dog with a bow.
We gotta make sure we kill it in the one hit.
That's true.
It is asleep, so you do have the drop on it.
Yeah, I can do that, I reckon. Pick out the bow. Knock one in.
All right. Before we do this, dumb idea. But since we're in
Uh-huh.
a super dumb situation, along with the bow, I could throw my knife.
Just try to sync attack it.
Sneak attack.
What, we just all throw something at it? You and me throw Bowie
Um,
knives, and
Maybe
Daniel...
not both of us, because like a clatter or something. But like I think a bow plus you or me throwing a knife. I think that might just be. I don't know.
I could
Am I being
ready...
overcautious?
I like overcaution. I can always roll well. That is something I can do. So if you want to sync your attacks and you throw a knife while he shoots an arrow, you can.
Okay.
Okay.
You could also sneak over and slit its throat, and I'll have an arrow knock just in case I see any movement.
And I could always be readying stun, like if I see it wake up.
No. Let's do that then. I'll sneak up, try and just kill the dog, and then you two ready action, a bow and a throwing knife. If it starts to wake up,
Mm-hmm.
that covers all of our bases.
Yep.
Sound good?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Okay.
We proceed.
You go to sneak up. Give me a fresh stealth check. This
Yep.
is not against its notice since it's asleep. The DC is 4.
6 on the die. I can keep 10.
Okay. You sneak up. You have a knife in your hand and a pupper before you.
Sad pupper noises.
Go for it. You are rolling with the drop, so add 4 to your attack roll and then 4 to
Okay.
your damage roll.
Aim for the hit. Caution.
Technically, roll a 3 because it is a size smaller than you, so you technically have a -1 to hit it. So plus 3 to whatever you roll.
Plus 3. Okay. All right. $26 to hit.
Hmm.
A waste. That could have been our next stealth roll.
Yeah, you hit the dog.
Yeah. He does. Yeah. This is sad.
Roll your damage plus 4 plus a d6.
Gotcha. All right. So
I'm gonna just clue you in. I'm not gonna waste a Benny on the dog. I think you killed it.
I think I probably killed it.
I think you probably killed it. We're gonna say you killed it.
Thank you.
You cut the dog's throat without a whimper. You just quick grab with the snout to keep it from barking or making noise, and a quick slash across the throat as the dog expires.
Yep. And we'll leave it just the way it is.
Sleeping.
Sleeping.
It's asleep.
You
There's
sent him off to
door
the ranch.
before you.
Mhm.
He went off to the farm in the sky.
Yeah, but with Mr. Fishy.
Mm-hmm. Doctor.
Dr. Fishy.
All right.
Mhm.
Let's get in that door before we have to kill another dog.
Is there a window on this one?
Not on the back now.
Okay. That means
Just
this is
gotta
very
open
fair.
it.
So, yeah, just lightly try to turn it. Just ever so lightly.
Look.
Okay. Alright, JP, you're up.
It's locked, huh? Alright. I guess I'm gonna try to pick this lock.
Do or do
Give
not. There
me
is no try.
a thievery check.
Yeah, what happens if I'm not skilled in it? It's just
A-
-2.
A D4 -2. Man, you were really talking like you had skill in this earlier.
He was
No.
talking some bad shit. I had confidence.
I said maybe some of my past life could come open,
I
not that
thought
it
you fucking
would.
had it. I thought you were just like, ooh, I'm gonna
you
have some
spoke with
thievery.
like a certainty that made me think, ah, man, Austin took some points in thievery. Good for
But
Austin.
that's where I
No.
was at.
Nope. Nope.
I'm a fool.
There's no wild dice since it's no skill.
No. You still get a wild
There's
die.
always a
Oh,
wild dice.
okay.
-2 automatically on whatever you roll.
Gotcha,
Yep.
gotcha. This
This is a standard door.
So bad.
Well, no, actually, it's not. The DC is 6.
Alright, I get to
And
reroll
technically,
forward.
you have an aid action that was given to you by Frederick.
Yes.
I'm only letting you use it once though. So if you want to use it here, that's up to you.
Nope, it's gotta be used on the safe.
Correct.
Y'all are gonna use all your pennies on that safe, and I'm still not 100% confident you're getting it.
Yeah, I'm not. We're gonna crit fail. We're gonna rip it out of the fucking wall or something.
Gosh!
Alright, I'm gonna burn a Benny.
There it is.
I'm a little rusty, I'm sorry. I was always the worst of my siblings at this. I was always the lookout. Okay, there we go.
Help you on this, boy.
Okay, there we go. 11 -2.
It's a 9.
9.
So without a raise, but a success, you guys watch as JP sticks the picks in. You just hear him rustle a little bit. He sticks his tongue out a little bit and really gets in there. It takes a little longer than you would think before you finally hear him.
And as it clicks, I'm just like, oh, thank
you. And the door.
What did you say?
And I just walk in the door.
You just walk in.
before we act.
We're gonna.
This is how you get shot.
The Lord is my eyes.
I will be your eyes. I am your lord for this evening. Thank you for riding Air Ollie.
No, yeah, we're gonna. It's unlocked. It's gonna like slowly open the door. Like we're gonna crack the door.
Thank you.
You crack the door, and you peek. Give me a stealth check. No notice check required.
That's a 3.
Take a fucking chip.
God, you guys are burned.
Hot dice.
What, we supposed to just get caught right here?
Hot dice. Hot dice. Okay. 6.
Better.
As you open,
And I get shot through the head.
you look, and you are in the back sort of hallway here, where you know a couple of doors to your left lead to storage rooms. Well, you know, you see the wall that you know are storage rooms. And you're sort of in this like little narrow cubby where the doorway is, that you walk into the hallway. So you're good right now.
Okay.
But there's nothing immediately to you, and as you kind of step in just a little bit and crane around, you see the staircase leading upstairs.
Okay.
And there is a man standing there. Well, not standing there, just sort of sitting there, like partially dozing.
I point to him so they can
Second
just
verse, same as the first.
You gonna slit this dude's throat?
We killing this man.
Okay.
How are we gonna?
Alright.
Okay, but we can't use the bow indoors because while it is silent, it is gonna still make a sound when he
It
you know
will make a
releases.
plum. It's very quiet, but there's a very small check that there's a slight chance with the bow. There's a slight chance with stabbing him. Hell, like
Yeah.
this is not a sure thing.
But what if we all stab him?
Do it too, Austin.
Aren't you a preacher?
his character is. Austin's a little murder hobo, though. All right. So
There is a time
here's
for
what we-
war, Daniel. And right now, it is war.
So we could try to choke him out.
We could try
Yes.
that.
We could try
You
to.
could try to check him out. You could try to sneak past him.
I could also smite all of our knives. We could just kill him.
I feel like you should have done that earlier instead of right now.
Well, I didn't want to waste it. It only lasts 5 turns.
I'll take this one.
All right. So
I'll take it. Come up to him and smother him.
hold
Alright,
up,
now-
hold up, hold
Now,
up, hold up, hold up.
hold up, everybody.
I've done
calm
this.
down.
I've done this before.
I've killed
I
so
I'll
many
do it now.
natives.
I
Okay.
think
this
2 of
person
us should try
smile.
to smother him.
I'll say, wait a minute. So there was the staircase. We only see the wall of the storage room. There's no door leading into the storage room near us.
So essentially, think of the doorway you just walked into forms a T hallway.
Okay.
You walked in, and then there are like walls on either side of you. You step forward about 6 feet, and then you hit the hallway where the doors for storage are.
Okay.
Like to your left, you see the storage, and to your right, you see more storage, and then a stairwell leading up with a
Okay.
guy that's partially dozing sitting
Okay.
at it.
What if 2 people work on this? One dude gets him from behind, the other dude grabs him by the legs.
Getting him from behind is gonna be kind of hard. He's in chair against the wall.
So this is what I'm thinking.
Because if the third guy can get a storage room open, we could grab him and pull him in there. That way, even if he makes a little bit of noise, we're not in the open hallway.
I think we're gonna have to handle this one in the hallway because this isn't gonna go perfectly. It's not. We gotta accept that. We gotta save Benny's for second floor and for searching and for a safe. So,
Mm.
2 of us try to sneak up. Whoever has the most strength, and one person tries to choke the living shit out of him. The other person maybe covers his mouth and eyes. Maybe tries to hold his arms. Something. That's what I'm thinking.
Punch his gut and
person
take the
keep-
breath out of him.
One person keep quiet, one person smother. Or the wild idea, we try to sneak past him.
I think the
I'm gonna
first
take this
idea
here
has a.
knife.
I think the first idea has a higher chance of success.
Take this here knife, and I'm gonna put it through your jugular.
We are not going to kill him. If we kill him, then that defeats a lot of the purpose. We have to be in and out.
Daniel said
That-
my knife
Smothering would
can
take
be in and
this would
out.
take less time.
It would take less time, but again, we have to keep this clean.
Right.
Because
Let's
someone who
go.
can
Let's
be
go.
in and out, that's more dangerous than someone who just kills their way
Okay.
to the top floor.
Who's
Alright.
doing the choking and who's gonna do
I'll-
the smothering?
I'll choke it.
Okay. Ollie,
I'll
I'm
smother.
going to hand you my spare shirt to smother him with.
I have my hands, boy.
That's for choking.
Who's
Okay,
going over his face?
Ollie
everybody,
smother him.
I need everybody to settle down. Who is choking? Who is holding?
Whitman is
I'll hold.
choking.
I am holding.
I think you have the higher strength, so wouldn't you be better to choke?
No, I'm holding because strength would equal holding him in place.
Okay. So, things I need from everyone. First thing, I'm going to roll a notice check that I'm going to divide by 2 because he's mostly sleeping. Relatively low. I need a stealth check from everyone as you sneak up on this dude directly in his line of sight, despite the fact that he is dozing.
To stay out of the way, I think JP's gonna hang back more and because I'm not even helping hold. So I think I'd be more in the way than unless they want me to open a door for
Dad,
something.
I swear to God, I'll kill you. I'll straight up murder your ass. I got an 11. Say it. Say you crit failed. Say it.
crit fail. So.
Fucking
I told you, just leave me outside.
As you
Yeah,
guys
fuck.
move forward, you take steps. Mr. Whitman gets ready to hold. Ollie gets ready to
I
choke
use.
this dude's lights out.
Can I use a Benny?
No, you crit failed.
Not to reroll.
What do you want to use a Benny for?
Because can't you use a Benny for
to change the scene, you
situations?
can. Correct, lad.
Sure.
I want to use Benny.
Tell me what for, and I'll
Or
tell you if you can.
I want to use a certain amount of bennies, whatever it takes. Okay.
Oh, you're willing.
I move.
Name
I
my
move.
price.
I step the thing that is going to cause me to make a sound.
Okay.
Be it a maybe a creaky step or something like that. I step on the creaky step, and as soon as I let off pressure, I hear that's about to creak, and I stop. So what the scene is we're all moving fast. I suddenly stop, but the scene has to continue. Like, you get what I'm
Okay.
saying? So Chance still has to do the
So what you're
choking
telling
action.
me is you catch your stealth crit fail and remove yourself from this.
Yes. That seems like a good sacrifice.
No, that is a valid hear me out.
I will do it for 2 chips.
That's
And
all I got. That's all I got.
Chance, you have 1 action before he wakes to this. You got 1 shot. Those
That's
2
all I
chips have bought you 1 shot.
Alright. First, lad, that was good cleanup. That was fair. That was good bargaining. As for my action,
I need you to be able to cross about 15 feet.
so I dash then. That has to be one of my actions.
You don't have to dash, but you are going to have to like use your movement. And
Oh,
so
you
you
alright.
fully exhaust your movement.
The
You
movement.
get there and you have this turn to take him out. However you think. If you just want to cold cock him, if you want to stab him, you have this turn.
God, are we gonna go for the one punch? Is that really our fucking option? I told you this is gonna go shit from the first.
I should have given you my I even thought I should have given my brass knuckles.
Oh my god, that would have been that
But
would
see,
have been awesome.
we were saying smother, so I was like, well, that's not going to help smother a guy. That's why I brought up punching him in the gut to take the air out of him. But
Oh man, that would have been great.
No, just so you know, like mechanically, a punch is 1 plus your strength die.
So I'd have to. Oh no. This.
It's not impossible.
Well, no, it is because you're gonna use a Benny.
Why?
No, you will.
I could.
So we're fucked. However we do this.
okay, what if
Not if you hit him so hard that I can't Benny my way through it.
Well, so that's like 30 damage then,
No,
and that's impossible.
it's not really.
All right. So
This is a guy. This dude has a guy's toughness. His toughness is like y'all's. Probably less than y'all's. He's got like probably JP's toughness.
I got 5? 8.
He's like a sick child. Like JP.
I could kill JP pretty easily
You could.
But can you kill him
in one punch. I mean, for the meme, it feels
Now,
like it's pretty good
I
for
will
the meme.
Do
I
it,
will also say
Saitama.
this. You have the drop on him mechanically. So, do you remember what the drop does?
Remind me, so for
+4
clarity.
to attack and damage if the target is defenseless, which he is. If you manage to shake him, you don't even have to wound him. If you can shake him, he has to make a vigor roll at -2 or be knocked the fuck
Okay.
out.
Okay. Does that apply to multiple attacks?
No, you get the drop on your first attack.
Okay.
Now, if
But
you want
during
to
my turn, could I triple
bam,
attack this mother?
you can fully triple attack, and if you triple attack him, the first attack will be flat. The next two will be at -4.
Oof.
You can hit him 3 times.
Fuck. All right, I think we go for the double punch. We hope he's out in one. But worst comes to worst, we have that backup punch just in case.
This is fun.
This is fucking
I can
stupid,
also
bro.
try to stun him.
No. Save your fucking points. God, what would give you?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yeah, drop all your fucking surprise, motherfucker, your One Punch Man gifts.
I was gonna say, yeah, go get
Yes,
him.
we're doing that? Oh my god. This is so ridiculous. That one's for Brad. Okay, yeah.
Hey.
So I will stealthily slink up and rubberjack this man, or attempt to.
It's not even stealthy. Like, Mr. Whitman feels like he's about to give it up. You see the almost creak. You see this dude stirring. You know that scene in Inglorious Bastards where he's like 15 feet. Can you do it? He's like, I have to.
I have to. That's exactly what this. That's an excellent reference, Brian. Oh. Remind me to give you inspiration next Sunday, because that is warranted. So yeah, no, I have to.
You have to.
Chip for Austin. That's a wonderful thing. I love that. Glad you got a good gift. I'm trying to replenish the ranks here.
I'm trying to replenish the ranks here.
One punch. But we'll have a second lined up just to be safe.
So this first one is at -2 +4, so +2 on the
So
first
plus
punch.
2. One punch.
One punch. Roll fighting die. This is technically against his parry. He is not conscious, so he does not get bonuses to his parry. I'll tell you what his parry is while he's unconscious. You need to hit parry. You need to hit a 3 to hit him.
Okay.
That's what you need to do to this man right now. Oh yeah, John Wayne.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah. God, but I have to hit it. I have to. Fuck.
You gotta hit
All
him.
right. Okay, we
All you
have
gotta do is hit 'em.
1-6 already, so that's great.
Okay, that's great.
All right.
So you've already got a raise out of this.
So that's 12 with my +2.
Okay. Roll 1 plus your strength plus a d6 plus 4.
All right, so D4, my strength is a 6 +5.
Yeah. So no. So you have a strength of 6. So
Yes.
1 2d6s plus 4. So 5 plus 2d6 is the damage you're doing.
5 plus 2d6. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And we can't use a chip for damage, right?
I mean, you can.
Can. All right. Well, shit, we might need this. Oh. Fuck. Well, I guess we're using a fucking chip because that ain't gonna cut it, boys. All right.
We all realistically know you got him in one hit normally. You're trying to roll high enough that I can't soak it because I'm
Yes.
going to try to soak it.
I'm trying to beat the house here.
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. That's a 4 and a 6. Rerolling the 6. Okay. So. Okay. So that's 21.
It's very, very high.
Do we?
I have to try. So, his toughness is a 5.
I fucking hate you.
8. Hold on.
Bad Austin. Oh, Sopovich or whatever his name is.
Mm-hmm.
I have to get 5 raises.
You're gonna do it too. I fucking hate
It
you.
is almost impossible.
Fuck you.
On a D6.
I hate you.
Yeah, you fucking demolish his face. you, it's almost my thought that you might just kill this dude straight up, but I will honor the non-lethal of this. But you
He can have
deal.
brain damage. I don't care.
He's not going to wake up for a while. He might be in a coma. You might have fractured his skull, but you are absolutely going to power deck him. And now I get to be an asshole about this.
Yeah.
You hit him really fucking hard.
You made a noise.
Make a
Yeah.
stealth check.
Yeah. It's so much easier in D&D whenever you're a wizard, and if someone notices you, I can just teleport out of the fucking building and try again.
I'd like the Misty Step, please.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
See, that's the goddamn thing. It's like, oh yeah, cool. We got to the back of the building. All right, I'm just gonna dimension door us up there.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking stupid. All right. 8. 9. Thanks to a feisty little D4.
I got one dude who may be able to hear this.
Nah, he's pooping.
He's pooping.
He's poop.
As in a split second, you all are creeping up. Mr. Whitman steps on a loose floorboard. You just hear the slightest. His eyes go wide. You see the dude stir. Ollie runs, just almost on all fours, just to get the thing before he just dives into a Superman punch. Just this dude's eyes are barely open as he smashes the back of his head into this wall. You all hear a thump, and everyone goes quiet. And you sit. 1 second passes. 5, 10. Nothing happens.
All right.
Everyone lets their breath out.
We need to pick up that body and put it in one of these storage rooms so if someone walks around, you don't see their buddy basically dead on the floor.
I mean, there's a storage room right next to you. If
Yeah.
you want to just open a door and chuck that shit in there.
We agree with that? Hide him.
We're sticking to the. We test the door, we peek, and then we proceed.
All right.
Bubba, you just fucking missed it.
Really?
I like that.
I haven't been this stressed at a table in a long time.
Really?
Alrighty. We're gonna. JP's gonna peek the storage door.
Give me a notice check.
Seven.
You see
Solid.
it then.
All right. I'm
You
gonna.
open the door, and as you peek in, you turn to your left just in time to see a mob. It's a storage room.
All right. I open it all the way, and so we can grab dude's body and put him in there.
Yeah, you guys shove that body in there, shut the door. This has all happened in the span of maybe 20 seconds.
Okay. So then it's up the stairs now. I'm just kind of like eyeing them, pointing to the stairs. Let's do this.
There's stairs now.
I should get a chip for that. That's the best fucking response.
Yeah.
I'm laughing at my own joke because it's so funny.
It's so funny. You know what?
Alright.
Somewhat. Just take a table chip for that. You guys can decide who uses it. That was a stressful thing for everyone involved.
You take it, Chance.
I'm back to 2.
Okay. You guys are at the foot of a staircase.
No,
That's
we're
a good one.
halfway up the staircase.
We are cautiously going up. We have the little hidden thing above
Mhm.
our HUD.
Yep.
Okay. I I would just let you guys carry over your stealth check, but since we're gonna have to reorient ourselves for stealth since
activity.
Whitman failed so fucking bad, reroll stealth, everybody.
I ain't moving.
Oh, you're done?
Oh.
You're tapped out?
I'm staying at the bottom of the steps. I'm guarding the bottom. Y'all call me if you need me.
Okay.
Sitting in this chair.
I was say in this defense, he could put the dude's hat on and act like the dude sleeping.
I got my own hat. I ain't putting no man's
That is
hat
the
on.
most Looney Tune shit
That
I've
is
ever
Looney Tunes
heard.
shit. All right,
I
I'm
love
cool
it,
with
but
I'm cool with Whitman hanging out.
Just have your gun
before
on
we-
you and ready.
But anyway,
No,
oh,
we ain't
boy.
shooting.
I'm gonna stay down here.
All right, give me the rest of your meat.
oh.
And Mr. Whitman pulls down his pants.
I take out my slong.
I hear everyone's
Boys
doing it
gone
around here
wild.
right now.
I
It's all
take
the rage.
I take my knife, cut the meat in half, give him
Oh!
Mm.
half of it. Give him half of it, but I'm gonna keep some of it just in case.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Take a chip.
Oh, you had a good idea too. Of putting the hat on.
Easy. Brian's gonna get onto us soon.
Y'all are fucking farming, and I don't like that.
Hey! I'm the one that
We
had the
haven't
idea to put the
farmed in
hat on.
11
Oh, you're right, Austin.
ele-
Take a chip.
No, take away from Austin. That goes to Bubba.
That one goes to
Bubba, you get a chip
God.
too.
Bubba does legally get a chip upon arrival. You know what, Nick? You get a chip too. You've been here this whole time. You may use it whenever you see fit. Both of you.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Guess
Alright,
Nick's Bubba's gonna use it to help us. Nick's gonna use it to screw
Am I?
us.
Bubba's not going to. What?
It's
Hold on,
so
hold
wild.
on.
You think Bubba's gonna help you and not me?
Hold on.
He
Yeah.
really wanted to do that before.
He helped us last time.
I'm offended that you would assume that I would use my chip for evil.
Nick,
Now he's
the
definitely gonna use it
Nick,
for
the
evil.
first check.
Use it for evil.
I was gonna say
Oh my God.
the first
God.
check Austin does that Nick has power to change. Nick was gonna use on Austin. Let's not even act like that wasn't gonna happen.
All right. Everybody calm
I'm gonna
down.
keep my options
Wait,
open
wait,
as far
Oh,
as.
did you download?
We have a staircase. You fuckers. I gotta get to the top.
We're going to the top of the staircase.
Going to the top of the stairs. Stealth checks again for you two, because again, it got hectic. Need new ones.
hectic.
Need fresh ones.
7.
7.
6.
You guys get to the top of the staircase. It's sort of a just a standard staircase. It's not a grand one or a spiral or anything like that. You just go up, take your steps, and you enter into a foyer.
Is there a door
Uh-huh.
first?
No.
All right. At the top of the staircase, I'm gonna put a hand up for JP to hold, and I'm gonna listen. I'm a Last of
Okay.
Us listen mode.
Give me a notice check.
Okay. And I wish crits were a thing in this fucking system. Alright, that is a 11.
11. Perfectly good. You know there's a foyer ahead of you. You hear a fireplace crackling. And you hear just like a shifting step as someone moves up there.
Okay. I guess, yeah. I'll risk a peek then.
Okay. You risk a peek as you peer around this foyer. You see a sort of fireplace there with, several of those old sort of like red suede kind of chairs and couches. Some tables, and you see a woman wearing a sort of waycoat sort of deal with a gun on her hip, just drinking out of a cup and kind of looking into the fire.
Where's the fire? What direction are we? Am I sneaking up behind her? Is she in front of me?
You are sneaking up
sideways?
behind her, so you're coming up the staircase, which enters into this room, and the fireplace is on the opposite side of the room, and then on either side of the fireplace are the hallways that lead along the outer rim to what you know to be an office on the opposite side.
Okay. kind of hold up one finger over my shoulder so JP knows.
Okay.
She's awake, so our stealth check to try and pull what we just did would be a little bit harder.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Do we do that? All right. All right. Austin, how many chips you got?
3.
You got 3. I got 2. We're gonna need probably 3 for the safe.
Yep. Most definitely.
And there's
Minimum.
probably
What's in the safe?
yeah. What's in the safe, Brian?
Oh yeah, let me just tell everybody what's in the
I
safe.
meant like, what's the purpose? Like, why are they trying to go for the safe?
Information.
They're trying to get information.
And anything we find in it, we're going to take to the whorehouse.
It's
Yeah.
true.
Okay. God. So we can try to sneak past, or we can try Bonkle. Those are our options.
I will say, based off our positioning, sneaking past would require an incredible stealth check
I
without some sort of distraction or something to like shift her attention. Because she is looking at a fireplace and the doors are 6 feet away from her on either side. Moving through one of those doors would be like someone walking past you in your bedroom right now.
Okay. So
we're
then,
gonna have to knock her out.
so here's my
Or
my
distract
first
her.
thought, Austin, is we can do both. We can distract and try the Bonkle.
Okay.
Because this person is watching a fire and drinking in the wee hours, I assume they're a wild card.
Y'all.
People without names don't get fireplaces. I don't make the rules. That's just how media works. So we can take like a quarter or something and slide it across the floor to hit like one of the doors opposite us.
Okay.
And while we do that, she should look towards the coin hitting the wall, and we can try to bonkle.
And are we gonna
So-
bonkle at the same time? Like we both going for the double punch here?
We can try.
I mean, JP already the brass knuckles, I guess.
Here's an idea. You give me the brass knuckles, and you ready action like a stun.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay. I think that's the plan. I'm going to start with a stealth roll, and then get like, let's say halfway there, whatever that may be. Then we'll try this quarter trick. Assuming she looks the other way and that works. Bonk.
Okay. Let's do this.
So mechanically, also, I don't think we've ever done it. If you ready a spell, Austin, and decide, and it doesn't get used, you still
I still
one
take-
PowerPoint.
Ooh.
You don't have to use like the full power of the spell, but you will lose
But there is a
PowerPoint, just like if
PowerPoint
you failed the
involved.
it's like if you failed the activation.
Yeah. Okay.
How many points is that? Just one?
Just one.
Okay. As someone who doesn't use that resource, one seems like a few. So that's fine.
Yeah, it's
Right.
about it's about
10% of what he currently has.
it's 15% of what I currently have.
Oh yeah, you've already used some.
Yeah. I mean, that's on you.
This is not good. But I guess we have to. I really don't see much other we can do at the moment.
I think the last time I was this stressed at the table, I was poisoning the entirety of the royalty.
Yeah, I'll do that. Already a stun. It'll have to be worth the point. Just know this whole when we get into the main fight, there are no heals coming from JP because I guarantee you all of my power points are gonna be gone.
That's why we're doing all this, so there won't be a fight.
Man, I hope there's a fight.
There's a
Alrighty.
fight. We're dead.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
There's.
We were told 40 fucking people were here.
We're just gonna burn this house down too.
Y'all gotta quit burning houses down.
Let's roll these stealth checks.
And Dane has to stop poisoning people.
No, you guys have already rolled your stealth checks.
Oh, I
Effectively.
thought we had to roll them again since we were walking.
You did. Like, you rolled to get up the stairs. That was your stealth check, and she has not noticed you yet.
Okay, okay.
Yep.
I thought we were gonna have to
So-
roll again to go into the room. Okay, yeah, let's go halfway and throw a quarter or something, see if we can't trick her.
You stay back, so it's less likely she'll notice one person than two. And we'll see how this goes.
Okay.
So, are you trying to deceive her with a quarter?
Correct.
All right. Why don't you just give me? It's crazy that this is a persuasion. You know what? Actually, I'll allow this to be a taunt if you want it to be. Persuasion or taunt?
I'll have to go with persuasion because otherwise taunt will be a -2.
Fair.
Unless you tell me that the DC is vastly different.
It's not.
Yeah. I would love to take you up on that taunt. That sounds fun. But
Mm-hmm.
if it was any other kind of situation, I'd probably do it. Persuasion, go. 4, roll. That's a 4.
Okay.
13 for persuasion.
You roll a quarter, the equivalent of $6,000
She
across the
grovels
floor.
like a
Ooh, a
dog.
penny.
Very cool. She rolls it, and she looks as it like collides with a piece of furniture, and she turns and walks towards it just a little bit.
God, I wish I had an anime gift of like the person with like their eyes shadowed and just gleaming.
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna go for that punch?
Gotta go for the punch. This is so stupid, guys.
You've just been beating people casually to unconsciousness.
This is the one assassin in Oblivion who carries around a tree trunk.
Uh-huh.
Yup.
All right. So rolling to hit. Because this is surprise is
Yep.
+4.
You still have the drop. Yep.
A 1 and a 6. You love to see it.
By virtue of the 6, is that 6 total or
No,
6 on the
I'm still rolling.
Okay.
Uh, so 15 total
Okay.
to hit.
Same as the first. 1
Okay.
plus 2d6. Or I'm sorry, 5
Oh.
plus 2d6.
I got brass knuckles now. We established that at
Oh.
the staircase.
What do brass knuckles do, Austin?
It's strength plus D4
Okay, so instead of 1, you roll 4 plus 2d6 plus a d4.
plus your strength.
Plus, all right, so.
No, that's what the other d6 is.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, a d6 for the raise, a d6 for your strength, a d4 for brass knuckles, and then the +4.
Okay. So on top of the dice, it's +4 or +5?
+4.
+4. All right, cool. Just trying to get it situated. All right. We have to re-roll that.
Mhm.
It's not nearly enough. Or well,
And
none of that exploded.
more.
I need to punch someone's head off again. Okay. That. Okay. So I have 24. How do we feel about that? That should be good.
I think that should do it.
Fucking I'm not even gonna use a Benny. That's just stupid. I can't possibly. Uh, yet again, in this brief glimpse, Ollie takes a quarter between two fingers, perfect bowling form, rolls it. It hits the back wall. This lady turns. Her hair slow-mo turns with her. Her coat slow-mo turns with her. That like runners like that like hyper speed runners movement where he's just got knife hands. He ain't even balling those fists. He just runs across and she turns with the footstep just in time to see the fucking haymaker as you just punch downwards and just smack her into the floor with yet again thud. Stealth.
Do I need to make a stealth check?
Yes. Yes, you do.
Okay. Alrighty. I can't find the Always Sunny $1 million baby gif. Damn it.
While he's doing this, Whitman, give me a let check. D6, please. 4 through 6 is good. 3 and
6,
lower is bad.
12, 17.
Okay. Again, you wait 10 seconds. Breathe out. What'd you roll, Daniel?
Is it just a D6?
Just a D6.
I guess it didn't even matter. 5.
Okay. You do not hear any stirring from the room to your right. As you continue your vigil,
That dude's in a coma.
unobstructed. No, I meant from the other direction.
Oh, those people are not in comas.
They are not in comas now, but there is no stirring. And there's also no stirring from the kitchen area where you know there were people.
Good.
Good. All right, now let's find the room where the safe's in.
Oh, we're gonna prop this nice young lady back up in her chair.
Mm-hmm.
She's
She is
sleeping.
also in a coma.
Put her hat over her eyes. Set the bottle down. Pick up my nickel.
Let her
It's
keep the
less
quarter.
putting the hat over her eyes, is tilting it over her nose, which is
Flat.
crunched almost onto her face. She is gonna have sleep apnea after this.
Yeah,
like,
she's gonna have a permanent
100%.
snore.
Yeah.
Sleep, my princess. Sleep. All right. We know what hallway to go down.
Yep.
Both hallways go to the same place. Think of it like if this room or if this building is a rectangle, it's hollow on the inside.
Mhm.
On either side now, these are both just large hallways that go to a large singular room.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Well, then let's just head to that room.
Yeah, let's follow the wall that's like connected to the door with the stairs.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. Stay on that side of the wall.
Yeah.
To give you a straight shot.
Yep.
Yeah, that just seems simple and easy.
Okay. You guys maintain your stealth checks. You get to the door. Give me notice checks, both of you.
All right, I'm gonna put my ear to that door.
Yep.
I got it too.
Okay, buddy.
Thank you. Thank you. 17.
You hear the scratching of a pen on paper
Oh,
as someone appears to be burning the midnight oil. And with that 17, since you know information you've had, based off of everything you know, this can only be one person. Arlo Towns, the leader of the Pinkertons here, is beyond that door and he is awake.
of course he's awake at 2:30 in the morning.
Why wouldn't
Mm-hmm.
he be?
Why wouldn't he be?
Mhm.
The camera's here.
You idiot. You shouldn't have brought that with you.
I should have done this off camera.
You should have. You'd have been much better off.
Okay. What should
If I
we
brought
do?
that up on a Saturday, I'd be attacked.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to do what we just did?
Well, nah, he'd have a turn to react before we got there. Or at least,
It would depend.
basically, if we did that, we would have to use one turn to kick the door open to be able to get there in time before the surprise attack went off.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would depend what direction he's facing, because if the desk, we just don't know that.
Figuratively, I will say you guys could get a surprise round just by busting in the door, but you will not have the drop. Does that make sense? Like, he is not
No.
defenseless, he's just surprised.
That's 1,000% fair.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay, let's do. What if we? I'm gonna.
Question: how old is this Pinkerton guy?
They don't know.
yeah, we don't know.
Okay, I had to burn the 1 point because I rated the stun earlier and I didn't use it. What if?
Oh shit.
Do you have an idea?
Well, no, I mean Austin just trying to stun the guy.
Yeah.
I could.
That's
I could use. So I've got 7 power points after losing the 1. We could go for the stun. I could also smite the brass knuckles and give you bonus damage for the knockout.
at that point we just kidnap this dude.
But we still gotta knock him out
I mean-
first, and there's gonna be a Benny used on this one. We
He's
know
definitely a
that.
wild card.
Yes. So
That's
1,000%.
ridiculous.
so we need all the help we could get. But
You're a tiny cat.
yeah, he wants out.
Mm. All right.
Play your last pathetic card.
I'm trying to figure out which last pathetic card it's gonna be. Man, I wish I had Exodia.
I think that's the only way we're gonna even get close to the damage.
This is the kind of thing I wish we were playing this session in person. I would love to do some of these rolls in front of the table. It just feels like it would be crispy.
Man, I'd be shitting my pants in person.
We've already had what 2 or 3 crit fails tonight. This is
No, you guys have
More
been
than that.
fucking sucking it up. You guys have been
Dude,
rolling like ass.
all right. I
Dude,
think
we've
that's
been
what we
using
do.
chips left and right
Yeah,
because
y'all
we're
been.
rolling like shit.
That's very
The
true.
chips are meant to be poker chips. Y'all been treating them like fucking Lays, man.
These are Pringles. I just can't stop.
They just can't stop eating them.
All right, so we could. Man,
And the smite would work. It works technically for like 5 rounds of combat on a melee weapon. So it's still like you could technically use it multiple
The theming
times.
of this session has been, I have to end this in one punch.
Yes. And if we somehow
It
Wild
keeps
card.
getting harder.
yes, but if we do the stun and I succeed, if he fails, we know that a Benny's going to get used. Like there's ways we could force some Bennies to be used here, even if we fail
gonna be
all in
hard.
all. We could force multiple Bennies to be burned.
Because Brian, do you start with 3 or 1?
I start with 3. I've
3?
used 1. I have 2 bennies.
We could
That's two
force
Bennies.
both, because if he fails
Or
the stun,
I could have up to 4. It depends on if my boys got my back.
Up to 5.
That's true.
All right. So he's gonna get a notice check if we try to lockpick the door.
yep. We have to bust the door in.
I don't know about busting open the door.
I
Unless you mean just like pushing it open and then running. But like we can't kick this thing or else everyone wakes up.
yeah. Did we? I guess we need to see. Did we know if the door is even locked?
We don't know, but again, we'd have to test it.
Yeah.
There's only one way to find out.
There's only one way to find
Yeah.
out.
The problem is if we try to lock pick it, I'm probably gonna fail at least once. Meaning he's gonna get a chance, and he's gonna get more than just a notice. And if he figures out we're out there, he's gonna call everyone anyway.
I mean, so
Yeah.
what you're telling me is you got to pick this lock perfectly.
Or we just sling the door open and we throw him out the nearest window.
There
An
is.
interesting tactic.
There's one other option, which I don't think we go with this. But we knock.
Oh.
We see if he just comes to answer it or he calls out. Like if he calls out, we're fucked. And if he's the boss, he'll probably just call out.
But we'll know if it's locked or not. Because if it's unlocked, he'll say, come in. We could learn some stuff from knocking. Because if
What if he says, "Who is it?" Then we're fucked.
no, then we just need to think of a good lie. He's not going to say who is it. He's going to assume it's one of his
Know our
boys.
voices, and we have to sound feminine.
So, friends, this is
Okay.
a ticking clock.
This is a ticking clock.
I need you to make a play.
Sorry, Brian, you just put us in a bit of a
A pickle.
shitty
Yeah.
a pickle.
You got any of that dynamite left?
Also, I'd like to clear out you put yourselves in a pickle. I never told you had to do this.
We had like 3 shitty ideas, and then we had an NPC who was like, "Here's another shitty idea." I was like, "Well, that seems like a that's all or nothing."
Okay.
Everything
need
else
you-
is like 4 more sessions. But yeah, we're picking the lock, and then we are going to do all or nothing.
Okay.
Austin, I love you
Freaking-
so much. I think you should take one more chip before this all goes down.
Wow.
Shut up. You do it. You do it if you were me.
Wow.
They
This
just
I know.
really cut
W-
you.
I
think
love
Chance
you.
deserves a chip.
No.
Not with
All
this.
right.
No. You will not receive a chip.
Alrighty, it's time to start.
Next time you
kicking
try to give a chip in
locks.
bad faith, I'm taking one of
That's
yours.
not bad faith. I like this idea.
Alright, I'm re-rolling
playing.
the 4. This is not
is
gonna end well.
Fucking terrible. idea.
Oh, I get to re-roll a
might-
4. I'm at
You
8.
might.
Well,
You
technically
might use
6.
+1. Okay. All right.
What'd you get?
I got one. I've rolled 2 4s. I'm rolling another one.
Let him cook.
Let him
That's
cook.
a 3. So that's 8. 11 minus 2 is 9. I'm going to use the plus on this lock to make it a 10.
Well, hold up. Would that get us a raise?
The 10 will.
I'm going to go with I'm going to do it.
Yeah. If the 10 gets us a raise, then that's what we need.
Okay. With a 10, you are able to click this lock in place.
Right in time for a
Quietly.
shotgun to blast my genitals off.
No. Quietly. He's still gonna get a notice check, but I'm gonna make it at -4 because of how quiet it is.
Do you agree with my plan with the smite shot?
Oh, fuck.
Oh boy.
What did you
I'm
just say?
gonna tell you straight up right now. If I roll a 4 or higher, he hears it.
Great.
Okay.
That is a 3. As he gets a 9 on his notice check.
Austin, there's a chance this guy doesn't get stoned.
He's a wild card.
He's a wild card for sure.
That's
I
why
have
I'm
no
gonna.
problem telling you that. You just heard me roll multiple dice. He's a wild
Yes.
card.
The thing for the stun, he's not getting stunned. Brian will burn a Benny to re-roll it.
I
Yes.
will.
My idea with the stun is purely to force
pure
his
bait.
Benny. It's
Okay.
pure Benny bait.
That's fair.
Because what I'm gonna do, okay. I'm going to smite the knuckles on Fairchild's hand.
Okay.
Let me roll this quick.
You
Please.
got to roll for that, son.
Yes.
All magic you have to roll to activate first, and if you fail, you just lose a power point. It doesn't activate.
You only lose one if it fails?
Yeah, no. They don't like fuck you super hard if you don't make your roll.
Well, dang. I wish I'd have known that 10 sessions ago.
Am I wrong? I might be wrong. Maybe you shouldn't have said
No.
shit, Austin. Maybe you just
No.
fucked yourself. Hold on. I mean, am I the asshole here? I don't fucking know. keep going.
I hope you enjoy
No, no, no,
this.
it's
I
fine.
just rolled a 14 for my smite, which means it's a raise. Which means you
That
get
means it's
a
a
plus
plus
4.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me
Pretty
subtract.
good.
That's
You've
2
essentially
for
got
a
the drop
smite.
again, more or less.
And as soon as we open this door, you're gonna go running in at him, and I'm gonna immediately go for the stun.
I'm about to say, you stun, and I'll run in and punch.
Alright. As soon as you open the door, I'm ready to go.
Like, we're just gonna... I think we don't kick in the door, we just let it swing open.
Yes. The caster spends 1 power point regardless of if the power activates or not. So if it doesn't
Okay.
activate, you only lose 1.
Dang, that would have helped us in so many fights. Oh, so many points. So
It's
many.
fine, we're past it.
We've survived this long. So I had 7 minus 2 is 5. Okay, we open the door. And I stun while he runs.
Yeah, you go for the stun.
Wait. Well, do we want to ease the door open and see if he's even facing us?
I mean,
Let's be honest.
if it's an
Nah,
office, he will
yeah,
be.
that's true. That's
Let's
true. Yeah.
all be honest.
Yep. Open the door and start running, and I'm gonna stun.
You don't make an office for you to be facing away from the door.
I'm facing away from the door right now in my office chair.
Well, like in a fancy office, you know?
Alrighty, you ready for this chance?
I believe in you, son.
You only get to re-roll one of the dice if they max out, right?
No, if they max out, you reroll both.
But I only take the whichever one ends up like higher is
Yeah.
the one you take.
You keep rolling them, and whichever one ends up higher, yes.
Okay. Chance, remember 8 and 6.
8 and 6.
I'm doing the 8 first. Okay, the 8 is a total of 10.
Okay.
The
That's
6.
So
The 6 is an 11. I got a +5 on the 6. So
remember, we've discussed that 1 raise is all that you can get on the
yes.
stun, so it's all irrelevant
Oh,
anyway.
yeah,
but-
that's
Okay.
let me minus my crap.
Truth. A vigor check for this man is a d6. I'll be rolling 2 d6s.
Great.
If I do not roll a 6, he is stunned. I do roll a 6
Yeah.
on one of them, as he is not stunned. But the door flies open, and with a hand outstretched, JP tries to grasp him with divine power to stop him in his tracks. And you watch as this dude starts rising from his desk. You can feel a word coming out of his mouth almost as Oliver goes for it.
we go
Give
for
me
it.
an attack roll. Are you doing 1 attack, or are you going for fucking 20 or whatever you were gonna do last time?
I mean, shit. I think for this one we have to go for 3, right? We take the -4, which makes it what? Just a blanket roll then?
So the smite doesn't do anything
No,
for your plus to hit. It's just damage.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
I mean like the
all these-
jump.
You do not have the jump on him. You have.
Oh,
you
right.
surprised him. Yeah.
I think
Okay.
at most you can only. I think 2 is the most because we want to raise because you want to find one that can do max out damage.
No, you're right. Then yeah, we'll do 2, and that's a -2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. First roll. God, if I could crit, that would be awesome. All right, so let's see where Destiny goes first. Oh. All right, metal die. That's what we like to see. All right. That is 13 to hit on the first attack.
Okay. Versus parry, you do in fact get a raise. You, as a matter of fact, get 2. So add a d6 to your damage. Would you like to modify this in any way?
Can I karate chop him in the throat?
I will allow you, since it would be within your power normally, to make this a called shot for the head.
I take my holy brass knuckles
Mm-hmm.
and punch him in the throat.
Literally just knuckle rings that say God on it.
So you have smite, a called shot, brass knuckles, and a raise. You roll 2d6, a
2d6.
d4, plus 8.
Okay, 2d6, a d4,
Plus 8.
Plus 8.
plus 8.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. We can reroll 2 of those.
What you eating, Bubba?
Huh?
What you eating?
Am I eating?
Yeah.
Someone's fucking smacking there, boy.
We've
roast
been
beef.
hearing you fucking snarfle something for the past
Roast beef
10
sandwich
minutes.
and sour cream and onion chips.
Hell yeah,
Okay.
boy.
All right. A feisty d4.
Oh,
And that plus 8 took us to 34.
oh my god. What the-
I wish we were in person for that because that was stupid.
Oliver Fairchild was taught how to fight. You don't punch
Okay.
the face, you punch through the face.
Let's see. 34, you say?
34 is the final number. And some of that is holy damage.
Technically,
So
I don't
you
even think
deal-
any of it's just normal damage based
I
on the.
know.
You deal 7 wounds to him. And he's shaken. I have to soak 4 of these. Which is not impossible. I did get a 6 on my first. I did not get a 6 on my second, so that's only 2 wounds. Can't be done. Rolling with a chip.
With a chip.
I got another 6. That's an 11. Still not enough. Using
Last chip.
another chip.
Go.
I'm consistently rolling 6s. And that's a 9. Bubba, can I have a chip?
Bubba, do you love me? Have you ever loved me?
Give me a chip, Bubba.
Bubba, give me a chip.
Give me a chip, Bubba.
Give me a chip, Bubba.
Man,
Bubba,
this is
I want to hurt him, Bubba. They're not going to give me a chance to hurt him.
I'm trying to hurt Brian, and you hate Brian more than anyone.
I would like to see Chance fall today. I want him to miss the one punch.
Brian's a bitch. That's my argument. That's all I got.
Nick, you should also give me a chip.
After you denied what I asked for, hell no. Fuck you.
Nick,
How
I
old
can't
is
give
this
the
guy?
I can't give the big bad a heart attack to be anticlimactic and funny, no matter how many chips you have, Nick.
Hold up, wait, what?
He
Nick
PM'd him.
What I
He
wanted
messaged
is-
me. He
I
said,
thought it would
"Can
be-
I
I thought it
give?"
would be funny if y'all scared him so bad that he had a heart attack and just died. Like
That
y'all
would've
do all
been
this
amazing.
planning and he just drops dead. I thought that would have been funny. But Brian's like, no, Nick, you can't do that.
That would be kind
No,
of funny though, because he could like thud the ground really hard and us have to do a stealth roll or a luck check to see if anyone hears the thud.
Exactly. It would have been hilarious. But
That
Brian
would
was
be-
like, no, Nick, you can't do that.
That would be kind of funny.
I stand by that ruling.
That would make me laugh so hard.
Bubba, give me a chip.
all right.
Give me a
look,
chip.
Chip me, Bubba.
Chip me, Bubba.
Why y'all gotta put me in this position?
Bubba,
Chip me, Bubba.
there's a third option to give no one a chip.
Save
Hey,
one.
Bubba,
Save
you
the
could
chip.
give me your chip instead. I'll take it.
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
It could be used at a better spot.
Think so?
I have
think
an
this
idea
is the
for your
best
chip.
spot to use it. I have an idea for your chip.
I have an idea
What?
for your chip. You could just say that the safe we're looking for is exposed.
I soak this motherfucker, and then I punch this motherfucker, or I shoot this motherfucker.
Brian
And
has
then-
gone mad with power. He doesn't need any more chips.
In what world have I gone mad with power? If I had gone mad with power, this would played out much different. I think I've been overly generous with how this has played out.
Wait, what were you saying about the safe chance?
Basically, we're looking for a safe that's probably hidden somewhere, and you could use a chip to alter the scene to wherever it's hidden, is exposed. Just a change
Or
in the scene.
I can do that.
You
could
can do
give
that, yeah.
me a chance to soak this so that I could shoot him in the face.
Or do nothing and be the true neutral guy.
Choose your own path, Bubba.
So wait, I can use a chip to literally.
It's
Like, change
it is to DM's
You can use
discretion.
You can use a chip to minorly change a scene.
Yes.
Which I do think Chance is within the ability to say, hey, he had gotten something out of the safe and whatever was hiding it is
Exactly.
still kind of open.
Whatever he's working on, like, we can see the safe without a check.
Which would
But
buy
what would
them.
that do for y'all right now? Aren't y'all
Buy
in a
him
fight?
time since they're technically on a fucking path right now because if they are slow about it, I'm gonna make Daniel roll again. And if
Yeah.
Daniel fucks his
What
roll, then it might be on downstairs.
Yeah.
Bubba, we combine our chips and give him a heart attack.
All
I'm
right,
just saying.
I'm
putting it out
calling it
there.
on the chip swap. You got him. How would you like to take out the last guy? I can't make this roll.
The same way he did the other two, baby.
I think just fucking dead sprint on my tippy toes at him. And as he tries to, like, back out of his chair, just grab him by the collar,
He just dragon
pull
fisted
him
this
into a
dude.
punch.
This dude went
You
straight Super Saiyan 3.
Drag across the collar, pull him into a punch. No stealth check required on this one because there's no one awake on this floor. As you crack him and he falls face first onto his desk with a thud. And the deep
Yes.
breath.
Still holding. I'm like, get in here.
Get
Close the door.
fierce.
Close the door.
I'm gonna close the door and lock it.
Yeah.
And let's find that safe.
Time for
Look
some
behind
notice
whatever you need
checks.
Keep it quiet. What's on this desk?
What's on this desk? You see he was writing in a ledger.
I got a 5 notice to look for a chest.
With a 5, you do not find a hidden safe. Like, you know it's in the wall somewhere, but you're having trouble finding it. There's a ledger that he was writing in detailing the escorting of goods and cargo. And as you flip through it, give me a notice check just to kind of get the gist of some of these things and find anything of interest.
Okay. 7.
7's good. A few things you notice. There is a lot of escorting of goods and cargo into town, but one anomaly that stands out is at some point about a month ago, there were 3 passengers brought in as well. Additionally, you see some extra etchings about investigating a man named Mark Ainsley, and the note of him committing several crimes around town, including breaking and entering and attacking a store owner.
Okay.
And there's also, like, it seems like a lot of emphasis on trying to track this guy down, as he's taken many notes about investigations, interviews with people, clues found. You didn't get. I'll let you take this for what it is. I don't think you'll recognize this, but there's also mention about someone. The reason they're looking for Mark Ainsley, it merely says that they were informed that he knew too much.
Okay.
And that's all you can really get since you didn't get a raise out of it. JP, you do not find a safe with your notice check. You're looking along the walls and you're not really getting anything. You get to the point to where you've done all the, like, normal things where you're looking behind, like, paintings and stuff like that. And you think there's probably, like, actually a false wall here. Like, one of these slats isn't a real slat and it will open. So you're gonna have to like actually go around and like knock on walls to find the right one if you can't find like some sort of identifying mark.
I guess.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I guess I could do that, but I really hate to tap on a wall.
I
Um,
mean, if you
I
guys
think-
want, just switch. You
Oh,
can
yeah.
investigate the ledger and let him investigate the wall. Just
Sounds good.
flip flop.
I'll investigate the
That-
ledger.
Check his pockets for anything.
Sure.
He has a wallet. Take
Do-
his money.
Do you want me to do notice on both those spots, Brian? Separately?
Yeah. Give me 2 separate notices.
Uh,
The first one will be for his person.
Sounds good. Uh, get to 7 for the body.
7. He has a wallet on him. You pull it out. It looks like he has about $20 in there, and he also has a gold pocket watch. Alongside that, he's also armed. As you look in his coat, he seems to have a double action Colt pistol.
Ooh. You can't keep that.
So, yeah.
I'll,
As you extract both those things, and then give me a roll for the ledger, and then Chance, give me a roll for the safe.
Yes, sir. All right. For me, I got a 10.
10 will do it. As you're sort of going along the side of the wall, you get about 4 feet past a window that's kind of on the side, and you just see the slightest crack between slats in these boards that just tips you, and you reach through it, just kind of like take a blade and you pop it, and it swings open, revealing the safe.
I got a 6 on the ledger.
Okay. The 6 is not bad. You see everything that Oliver does. You read the same thing about Mark Ainsley, and you don't get any more information on it either.
Okay.
You do know one more thing that stands out specifically to you. Mentioning a contact made in Southern Illinois for the trade in livestock. It says that they bought 12 sheep for $70 from Amanda Peters.
Hmm.
Okay, Southern Illinois. 12 sheep.
12 sheep.
But and purchased by who?
But by like the Van Zant company. Van Zant Enterprises or Industries.
What was the lady's name?
What do you mean?
Didn't you just say a person's name in it?
Yeah, Amanda Peters.
Yeah, that's what I was asking was for the name again. I'm writing it
Your
down.
sister.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
I was waiting for it. I was like, wait a minute.
Oh, I was in the middle of reading, or I was trying to write while he was speaking. I had to flip my notebook
What is she up to? Slavery. Okay.
Well, no, I had to flip to a new page in my Blizzard book, so I was trying to write, so I wasn't listening to all the name. Okay. Yeah.
But you make note of that.
Well, that's
As
noted.
Oliver, you swing a safe open.
Oh, it's already open?
Well, no, you swing the door to the safe open.
Oh, okay.
The
Gotcha.
door to the thing that contains the safe.
So
The
now,
door to the door of the safe.
so
Yes.
now it's time for me to pick a lock.
Oh.
Alrighty. How many bennies we got?
I mean, you got.
I got 4.
The
You got
DC.
4, and Bubba got 1.
The DC for this
I
is
do.
12.
Oh my gosh.
What did you think? Picking a safe would be easy?
No, but it's
That's why we asked for help.
alright. Let's do this.
Technically, you can provide an aid action to him, Oliver, but I'll need to hear me out on how.
Ollie straight up said that he has never done this. Before this, he was a medieval guard who was taught how to shoot a gun. I guess while he goes about this, I'll be investigating the rest of the room just for papers. I figure like the ledger is the thing that is marked as a quest item, but
Mhm.
anything else.
And the clock ticks.
Alright.
Yep.
Daniel.
let's.
I need you to roll me a luck check. Or a luck check. 4, 5, and 6 are good. 3, 2, and 1 are bad.
You said 4 is good?
4, 5, and 6 are good. 3, 2, 1 are bad.
4.
You hear conversation down the hall from the kitchen area, but it doesn't seem to be approaching yet.
Okay, well, I already had to burn a Benny, so first one was a 4.
Fine.
Down to
More
3
than-
bennies.
Oh yeah, baby.
We're gonna be carrying it out.
To reroll 1. Nope. Gotta burn another Benny.
So
Down to 2. Think that will be good.
This is hilarious.
Alrighty. Come on, baby. Daddy needs it. Okay. Okay. I get to reroll this one
So what's the
too.
math on this? You have to roll 3 4s in a row, and then a 2.
Or,
or 6. He could roll his d6.
yeah.
That's true. You do get your d6. I forgot about the d6.
2 6s and something,
Yeah.
above a 2.
I gotta use another one. That's a 10.
Fuck Austin!
Shut up! I got a -2.
I believe in you. Take my energy.
The 4 wasn't strong enough, Captain. Okay, we get to reroll a 6. Come on, baby. Okay. We're re-rolling it for a third time.
Here it comes. You
Come
need a
on.
2 or higher.
2 or higher, buddy.
Or no, you need a 4 or higher because DC is 12 minus 2. You need a 4 or higher.
Well, what
No,
do
I
you
only
get?
need a 2. I already rolled a 12. I got 2
Oh,
sixes.
yeah, you're
He's
right.
at 12, so he just
I'm
needs a 2.
Stupid. You need a 2 or higher.
Trying to fuck me.
I'm just gonna roll it a 4th time.
Get it?
Okay, so 19 minus 2, 17.
So you get it with a raise. If you want to use this raise for anything, you can tell me what it is. I don't really know what this raise would be used for.
Money. Find money. You find money.
No.
You find money.
Money.
I want to do it.
It's a loot. Loot.
I don't think loot inside is gonna count for anything. I think he means more in the action of picking the lock.
Quickly.
Yeah, I was gonna say I want to do it quickly and quietly.
You crack the safe quickly. You open the safe up, and you do find a another book inside, as well as a stack of bills, totaling approximately $350.
Okay, so I'm gonna take the book and the money, and I'm gonna look at Oliver, nod, and say we need to leave.
I'm gonna ask you guys a very real and honest question. What are you doing with this guy? He has several things here. He's seen your faces. He has information. Are you gonna leave him? As he is.
I mean, I feel like he's right here.
Slit his throat. He's seen you. Slit his throat.
Oh, man.
You know?
Well, that means we have to
He's the
kill.
only one.
That means we'd have to kill the chick outside too, because she saw Oliver's face.
She didn't. No, she didn't.
He didn't see you.
She was looking at a nickel.
Oh, that's true.
Just look at how
She
fucking
saw
weird.
Lincoln.
Slit his throat. That's my vote.
It's gonna be up to Oliver, because I'm not gonna.
But that also leaves a body.
We can just put the body under the
I'll go,
desk.
y'all.
We can just leave the
So
body under the
We're
desk
doing
for
a bit.
someone to find.
No, hold up. We're doing a baller play. We're tying the boy up. We're blindfolding him. We're gagging him.
Oh. So you're taking him with you.
I found a Lola.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
I mean, like,
Fuck it,
Check
that
us-
worked.
In the time, all right. So we're kidnapping. I like
kidnapping.
kidnapping. Okay. So I'm not gonna make Daniel roll another luck check because of Austin's raise. He cracked the safe quick. In the time it takes you to time up, you start moving. Now here's where it gets fucking complicated. Getting downstairs is not even that hard. Mr. Whitman, you turn your head and you see Ollie and JP walking down the stairs with a full ass man
What
over their
the
shoulders.
fuck are y'all doing? Oh,
As
No
they get
witnesses.
Yeah,
as
we
they
just
get
keep
down,
walking.
it's not even leaving. Like leaving, you guys are fine. You leave just fine. You are now in the courtyard with a body. How are you getting this wherever you're getting it?
All right. So I'll climb over the fence. You two toss him over. We'll run for an alley.
Oh, see, instead of tossing
In and
over,
out,
why
boys.
don't you straddle the top of the fence like I did to help
We'll have a
Whitman
middleman.
over? That you don't say that way it makes it easier because if we have to throw it, that could cause problems.
That's fair. Have a middleman. I'll get on one side. Do you want to be out?
You're making a human chain, and so
Yes.
I need a
Yeah.
group athletics check from you guys.
Okay.
I need 2 of you to succeed. The DC
Yeah.
is 7.
Me and Whitman can do this. Hey, 10.
10?
10.
I need a 7 from one of you, 7 or higher.
14.
There it is.
Thank
Boom.
goodness.
There it is. With the 14, I'll say it's done quickly. Like, Mr. Whitman is on the other side. JP hops the fence. Ollie straddles on top of it.
Yep.
And
Exactly what I
Mr.
was gonna say.
Whitman just kind of shakes his head with that raise, and just with him over his shoulder, he just hefts himself over, holding this dude and just ignoring the chain, and jumps over on the other side.
Now we gotta bounce.
All right.
How?
So here's the plan. We have to get our horses and get the fuck out.
That's it. I was actually gonna say we just need to
We
not go
cannot
stay in
sleep
town.
the city.
We might have to. We might not even be able to go for the horses are on the east side of town, like the far east side of town.
Oh,
We
yeah,
might
it's
just
like an hour walk,
yeah.
right?
We just need to leave.
You got to get to the horses. So here's the layout of this place. To get away, the best place for you guys to go is like northeast. That's the shortest distance. It's about a 10-15 minute walk through the industrial district, which is, arguably the place you guys want to be found the least. Or you could go west back towards your horses. About a 25-minute walk. The butcher shop, about 30, or Hail Mary, about a 45-minute walk back to the Hawk's Nest. Or a roughly 15 back to the White Violet. Those are your options.
Okay. So,
And there are at least 2 parties in which you kind of owe something out of this.
I don't know. I haven't forgotten that. And I mean, we got to take the dude somewhere, and certainly ain't the whorehouse. Okay. I really want those horses to get out of town quicker.
And the
So-
quickest, the 15-minute walks through the industrial district, and we don't want to go that way anyway. So we're kind of stuck going westish anyway. And the horses
So we
were
can-
pretty close.
We could walk like halfway there, take our time to find an alley to hide in. And then someone can go and grab the horses.
Okay.
Like a 5-minute jog to go grab the horses.
What
Isn't bad.
about if we split up now and I go to get the horses?
I'm worried about that because we were followed on our way here. So we don't want a huge distance.
That's true.
Austin, you got one more chip, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I say well, I mean, if we take back alleys to go get the horses, it'll be a decent stealth check, but like that's better, right?
Yeah. I mean, if we're going to head for outside the city, we might as well all go for the horses because they're only 25 minutes away. So I say we do that.
Oh fuck, we're about to get jumped.
Start walking.
So we are going to alleyways. I think we're going for horses.
Yep. When we get there, I'll just go in by myself and get the horses, but we can all go to the horses.
Okay. I need a group. You guessed it. Stealth check.
Okay. Taking
The
alleyways,
DC
taking our time.
that I have just set is 10.
Ooh, ooh. All right, let's maybe think about this game.
Please. Tell me, Daniel. Daniel, tell me what happened.
Hey guys,
Did you just crit fail again, Daniel?
see, there's this crazy thing with the D4 that there's only a 25% chance of getting any number. It's pretty high, you know.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All right, Austin. So we both have to make it.
So yeah, it's a crit fail.
Yep.
Even with yeah, rolled a 1 on the 6 too.
So,
darn it.
since he got a crit
What?
fail, I need someone to counter that crit fail. So the crit fail for a group stealth check is going to mechanically count as 2 failures, which means to make this work, I need 3 successes from you guys, which means one of you has to get a raise,
Which would be a 20.
What
No.
were you saying, Austin?
which would
No.
be a 14.
14.
I asked if you had a 1 on both your your D6 and your D4.
No, but it's a
Oh.
crit fail is a 1.
You have to
Oh,
get a
no,
roll
no,
on both of them.
No, a crit fail is a 1 on both.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, well, that would make this a whole lot easier.
Oh my gosh, Daniel. Did you not crit fail at all tonight?
Oh no, I don't know.
Okay.
No. Okay, so one failure. I just need I need
I
2
did.
successes. 2 successes from
I
you
rolled a
guys.
5.
DC 10.
Okay. All right. You know, I haven't rolled quite that tonight.
I think I'm gonna have to burn a Benny because I also did not make a 10.
Don't
Yeah,
worry,
I'll
I'm
be
about to
running.
go begging.
Y'all gotta be running out of bennies.
Yeah, I'm burning my Benny to reroll.
So, Bubba, your boy needs a chip. Like, real bad. I'm carrying a body across the city.
I need carrying a body.
Okay, that's
I need you to help me get away with this.
Love that Bubba will always make you beg for it.
okay. I got a
I'll gladly beg.
What
How
if I
big is-
decided to use the chip to make this guy wake up right now and start fighting y'all back?
I love that energy, Bubba. I do. I can't legally let you do that because that's too big for a chip. I like that
That's
energy.
too big.
Well,
He's
I mean-
Combud.
and he's also chance that he tied him.
Yeah. This man's
So he could wake up all he wants.
Also, if he wakes up, I'm just gonna slit his throat.
That too.
Just
There's
bonk him. The man has like 40 wounds.
I'll bonk him.
But, so JP got a 15 on his rerolled stealth.
Okay, that's a raise. That's good.
Okay. Bubba, do I have your blessing?
Yeah, go for it.
I love you. My beautiful, beautiful man. That's a 6. 11.
Anytime you ask Bubba for a chip, he's sitting there like this.
I'll beg. I'll suck whatever you want me to suck.
You all manage to move, and you take great lengths to move quietly. As you make it to the stables, and Austin, I presume you're going to get the horses?
Okay. Oh, I was waiting. I thought you were gonna say something. Sorry.
No?
I was waiting for the yes. I'm gonna go get the horses.
You all grab your horses, you saddle up, and with a kick, you all ride northeast out of town at full speed, galloping through the streets. as you leave Springfield behind you, as you move out into the countryside just a little bit, you see the town's lights just flickering just a little bit in the distance as you leave the city behind, and that's where we're gonna end this session.
Boy.
Whoo!
That gun.
Jesus.
Woo,
The,
boys!
The number of times Chance had to drop him.
I had to fucking punch someone so hard their head exploded.
I love that the smite one worked. That's what we're gonna do from now. We're Assassin's Creed killing everyone.
Oh, hopefully from now on we can actually just sneak past people. And our sneaking can't just be punching.
Hey,
Because that's
hey,
not sneaking.
it worked. It is sneaking.
It did. It did.
Oh man.
I was gonna say, tell every single Assassin's Creed game that that's not sneaking.
Oh boy.
Okay, I'm just gonna go out and say it. My best is the 3 donkey punches that Chance.
I know my worst is that since Daniel's not sneaky, he kind of got sidelined there at the back half. That's definitely my worst.
That did suck.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry to Brian as a DM. Yeah, my worst is I know I took way too long trying to figure out the best approach to stuff and screaming that it was not ideal. But my
Sounds
best,
like I
this was
really
zany
need
as
to
fuck.
watch this on Austin's YouTube channel.
Yes.
You missed it after the first punch, and I really didn't think there was going to be 2 more.
Yeah.
Dude, I was so happy for the 3-peat.
If it works, it works.
I need to go to church or something. JP needs to get his PowerPoints back. JP.
You know, that could be a good idea.
Actually, I don't even know if I need 20 anymore. I know if I fail, I only lose 1. Been over here
No,
dropping
we'll take
3
those.
like flies. Well, the ones I was like the week that I failed a bunch of checks was when I was trying to heal people for 3. So I'm like, oh, -3, -3, -3. Nah, would have just been -1 for each one. We'd have had points that entire session. That's my worst. My worst is not realizing I only had to -1 for the last
That's my
for
worst.
the last 6 months.
What about you? What was your best chance?
I loved how zany this was. Because, I mean, like,
It
I really didn't
was.
know the best way to go about, like, getting to the factory.
Uh-huh.
Which, again, is kind of like, all right, yeah, we're going to go talk to Captain White and kind of see what she thinks is our best option, because we don't know anything. And, yeah, I mean, they're clearly watching out for us. Attacking caravans would take way too long. So I appreciated that bone. It was just a sharp bone. So yeah, no, I had a lot of fun. I liked talking to the mistress at the brothel. That was fun. I like talking to people who do business.
Yeah.
Again, it was pretty much my same best from like Saturday.
This is fair. This is
Everyone's willing to do business.
fair.
Just gotta know their price.
Yes, yes.
So like that, I liked the zaniness of our sneaking.
Mm-hmm.
That was
I
Tom
w-
and Jerry still.
That was Tom and Jerry stuff. My worst is that I wish I could have made it smoother for you as a DM.
Nah.
I thought it was fine.
Okay. Oh fuck. Sad. My worst is that we had to kill 2 dogs.
Right.
That's fair. Poor puppers.
4 puppers.
At first, I was thinking, like, as it progressed, I was like, now, here's the thing. They're gonna leave bodies of the dogs. Like, even if they don't kill anyone in here, they're gonna know they were here, and then you guys kidnapped the guy. And I was like, okay, so that's kind of a foregone conclusion then, I guess.
Mhm.
I guess the
Why is
dogs
there-
don't matter in the long run.
Like once we got like inside and the first punch was like happening, I was like, man, what are we gonna do if like, because there's gonna be someone in this fucking room, right? Like we're not that lucky. And I was like, what are we gonna do with the fucking body? I was like, man, they're gonna ask for information, and we're gonna like, here's all of it. Push the right buttons.
I like it. I like it.
And I think that's gonna be frowned upon.
Mhm.